Testing 1 2, testing 1 2. Testing captions 1, 2. Thank you.
All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. I'm chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Wednesday, December 4th. It is 9:08 a.m., and I'd like to bring this meeting to order.
There's a party going on in the back of the room.
I'll begin by introducing my fellow board colleagues. With me here this morning is Vice Chair. All right, sorry, one moment. Good morning. Again, my name is Joaquin Esquivel, Chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Wednesday, December 4th. It is 9:08 a.m., and I'd like to call this meeting to order. I'll begin by introducing my fellow board colleagues. With me here today is Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Sean McGuire, Board Member Laurel Firestone, and Board Member Nicole Morgan. With us here as well is Executive Director Eric Oppenheimer, our Chief Deputy Jonathan Bishop, our Chief Counsel Michael Loffer, our Clerk of the Board is Courtney Tyler, and assisting her today is Margie Argel. As you can see, this is a hybrid meeting with both in-person and virtual components. For those of you joining us virtually, you should be either viewing us through our traditional webcasts on the Cal EPA website or YouTube Live website. But if you intend on commenting on any of today's items, you need to be on the Zoom platform. There are instructions and a link on how to do so at the top of the agenda, but if you're having any challenges getting onto the Zoom platform, please do just email the clerk of the board at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov, and she can help get you onto the platform. Once you are on the platform, your camera will be off, you will be on mute until it's your turn to speak on the item you've indicated. For everyone in the room, good morning. Good to see you all this morning. We're here in Sacramento in the California Environmental Protection Agency building. A few announcements for us as well. Please do observe the exits. If we happen to have an emergency, we'll calmly file out to Cesar Chavez Plaza and await further direction. Also, if you intend on commenting on any of today's items, there is a QR code on the side of the room and a laptop to sign up. And once you are at the podium, please introduce yourself, any affiliation you have. And lastly, please turn off any phones so we can just have an uninterrupted discussion this morning. With that, we can move on to public forum, where we customarily hear from folks on any item not calendared before the board. And I believe we have about 5 commenters this morning. And I believe first we'll start off with Jeff Ellsworth, be followed by Mary Wood, then Derek Urasic, Ray Tahir, and then Kimberly Burr. So we'll start off with Jeff. Oh, I apologize. I am on the wrong date. Look at that. Apologies. That was the November board meeting. We actually have, I believe, just one public forum commenter, and that's Ray Tahir.
Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you? Okay. Next slide, please. The State Board unlawfully rejected the City of Norwalk's administrative petition. Norwalk submitted a petition to review its challenge of the July 23rd, 2021 MS4 permit on August 23rd, 2023, but was deemed rejected by the Board's Office of Chief Counsel based on Title 23 of the California Administrative Code, Section 2050.5, which says, if the State Board has not provided the notification described in Subdivision A within the 90-day period provided by this subdivision, the State Board deems the petition dismissed by operation of law effective the 91st day following the receipt of the petition. 2050.5 goes on to say that the State Board must, 1, notify the petitioner that the Regional Board and others have 30 days to respond to the petition. 2, receive a request from the petitioner to put the petition in abeyance. And 3, notify the petitioner prior to the 91st day of the petition's dismissal. Next slide, please. But the State Board did not notify Norwalk that it had 30 days to respond to the petition, nor did it receive an abeyance request, nor did it notify Norwalk prior to the 91st day that the petition was dismissed. It was notified on the 91st day, November 22nd, 2021. So this was a justification for rejecting the petition, which is a weak one. But hold on. According to California Administrative Code, Section 2052B, action on a petition, the state board may at any time refuse to review the action or failure to act of the regional board if the petition fails to raise substantial issues that are appropriate for review. Further, that section says that the executive director may, on behalf of the state board, refuse to review the action or failure to act of the regional board if the petition fails to raise substantial issues that are appropriate for review. The executive director's refusal to review a petition shall be in writing. The state board, however, did not provide an explanation in writing as to why Norwalk failed to raise substantial issues. Next slide, please. There's case law on this. Water Quality Control Board versus Berry. In Berry, the state board denied the petition and provided an explanation in writing that it did not raise substantial issues as required per Title 23, 2052A1. However, Norwalk did in fact raise several substantial issues, including but not limited to: one, the permit was not properly adopted. The permit coerces permittees into participating in watershed management programs, and the WIMP violates the supremacy clause of the U.S. Constitution. 4, the permit's denial of the stormwater pollution prevention plan, which is governed by an iterative process. This, by the way, is a standard federal and state requirement for MS4 permittees, including Caltrans. Note that Superior Court Judge Chalfant, who reviewed Norwalk's written mandate, apparently believed that these issues were substantial, enough to stipulate that the regional board should engage in a good faith negotiations with Norwalk. Next slide, please. In the final analysis, it is apparent that the state board's legal counsel denied Norwalk due process. Its decision not to review the petition was arbitrary for the purpose of preventing the MS4 permit from being revised or rescinded. To prevent this from happening again, the state board should issue a memorandum supported by a resolution clarifying that the rejection of a petition must be justified in writing on the grounds that it lacks substance. The memorandum should identify criteria that determines what constitutes substantial. Office of Chief Counsel should also include in the memorandum that ex parte communication is permissible in matters concerning petitions as long as Section 13287 is followed. I look forward to Office of Chief Counsel Office response in writing. Next slide, please. More on ex parte communication. At the last state board meeting, Mr. Lawford declared that the legislature is clear on ex parte communication. While the proceeding is pending, there should be no communication. This is from the California Administrative Procedures Act, Section 11430.10. What Mr. Lawford left out is that it also goes on to say there shall be no communication without notice and opportunity for all parties to participate in the communication. Clearly, this does not mean that communication is not permitted. Also, as I mentioned, according to Protocol 13287, ex parte communication is not prohibited as long as it is disclosed to other board members and made public. This is made clear in the state board's handling of the dairy petition during meetings with interested parties. The Office of Chief Counsel said the meetings were conducted in accordance with Protocol Section 13287, to which Board Member McGuire agreed to participate. Note that APWA was not mentioned. APWA was not mentioned, which means that Border Cologne controls. Next slide. One other thing, according to the Office of Chief Counsel's statewide disclosure memo, the prohibition against ex parte communication no longer applies to general waste discharge requirements, including MPDS permits. So this would seem to mean that no MS4 or any other MPDS permit is subject to the prohibition on ex parte communication. Do you see why there is a need for a revised memorandum on ex parte communication? If notwithstanding the above, the state board still sides with Mr. Lawford, then the matter will be brought to the attention of the state legislature's legal counsel and if necessary to the state Senate's environmental committee. and I am almost finished. Here's some parting shots. SWRCB, I haven't conflated anything. The conflation is on your end. And contrary to what Mr. Lawfer asserts, the report of waste discharge submittal is not an application for agency decision, which the ex parte prohibition applies pending adjudication. It is only an application for an MPDS permit. Mr. Lawfer made this up. If he disagrees with us, then he should cite the authority on which his claim is based. Further, even if the ROWD marks a time when adjudication is pending, ex parte communication is permissible as long as it is disclosed to all board members. And with that, that's it. I hope all of you had a happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you, Mr. Tahir. Fair to say, I think we have some fundamental disagreements with your points, but I'll let Mr. Lawfer be able to respond to you.
Yeah, recognizing the nature of public forum, I'll limit most of my response to what will be back to Mr. Tahir in writing. I mean, just fundamentally, he is misconstruing the way the Administrative Procedure Act is written, the way that the Water Code was amended, with language from the Brown administration that was supported by the State Water Resources Control Board to create a very special ex parte disclosure process for general orders where the order, whether it's water quality certification, waste discharge requirements, or waste discharge requirements that serve as an NPDS permit, if they are general, and by that they mean they do not name individual parties. Unfortunately for Mr. Tahir, the dairy order is a general order. It doesn't name specific parties. Parties enroll under it. The MS4 permits he's referring to name specific parties, and that's why it is not able to take advantage of the special disclosure provisions in Water Code Section 13287. Again, happy to go through this. We worked through with the legislature to establish this. The code sections, I'm happy to provide to him in the written response, but we just fundamentally disagree about how the APA works, Porter Cologne works, and as well with respect to the petition regulations. Again, happy to respond in writing, and I think that'd be more productive so we can actually follow the bouncing ball through the Water Code and through the California Code of Regulations.
Really appreciate that, Mr. Lawfer. And yes, Mr. Tahir, you should look forward to that written response and to your...
I do indeed. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you as well. All right, that wraps up public forum, and appreciate Mr. Tahir this morning and addressing the board. That brings us to our first item of board business, which is consideration of adoption of the November 19th board meeting minutes. Look to my fellow board colleagues if they have any adjustment to the meetings or a motion to proceed.
Move adoption of the November 19th minutes.
I'll second.
Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call roll call vote?
Vice Chair Diadamo,
Aye.
Board Member Morgan,
Aye.
Board Member McGuire,
Aye.
Board Member Firestone,
Aye.
Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. Board meeting minutes are adopted. That brings us to item number 2, which is an uncontested item and still is. Thank you, clerk. Any discussion here at the dais or anything folks want to mention, or otherwise just really appreciate the good work on it. The fact it's uncontested means it's good to go. So
I'll move to adopt item 2.
I'll second.
thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
Board Member McGuire,
Aye.
Board Member Morgan,
Aye.
Board Member Firestone,
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo, and Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. That now brings us to item number 3 in a tranche of informational items. And the first will be on our current hydrologic conditions and response. Welcome up, Ms. Bean. Good to see you.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. All right, I'm going to give a brief update on the current hydrologic conditions and response today. If we could have the next slide, please. I'm going to talk a little bit about precipitation conditions, our major reservoirs, a brief Scott and Shasta River update, and then a reminder on annual reporting for water rates. Next slide. Okay, this is a slightly new image that I wanted to show you in light of our recent precipitation. This is from the California Water Watch website. And if you take a look here, this is basically showing precipitation as of the 1st of the month. And I think what's interesting is it really shows where those atmospheric rivers that we received hit the state. We know that they really targeted Northern California initially and then moved a little bit further south, but you can see here the bluer colors, it would be more precipitation, and then the gradient comes down. You can really see how the precipitation hit the northern part of the state and then into the central portion, but the southern area is still pretty dry. And so if we can go to the next slide, looking at our index stations, this is the northern index, you're really kind of digging into what you're seeing here. And we are very early in the season. So if you take a look down in that lower corner, it says, it has a little arrow, current 14.2. That's where we are this year. So we really spiked up quite a bit, but early in the season, you know, a couple of inches can make a huge difference. But really right now we're seeing above 160% of average for the state. And if we go to the next slide, this is looking at the San Joaquin 3-station index, and you can see that we're at about 73% of average. So we dropped down a bit there. Next slide, please. And then for the Tulare index, it jumps up again to about 120%. So very early, hard to really predict what's going to be happening later on the season, so we'll be watching carefully. But I do want to note that the modeling that they're doing right now is looking like it's going to be relatively dry. We have some high pressure above California right now, so really they're thinking through the middle of the month. So it'll be interesting to watch and see what happens, and we'll be tracking that closely. Next slide, please. So here's our reservoir conditions, really very similar to what we saw before. Everything, you know, is about average for this time of year, a few above. There's some data issues with the website we pulled this information from. That's why Comanche looks like it has no water right now. That is not in fact the case. Just wanted to point that out, but there were some provisional data work that they're doing for December. And just to note that we'll start getting information on snowpack after the first of the year. Next slide. All right, jumping into a brief update on the Scott and Shasta rivers. Not tremendous changes since the last time when Eric Ekdahl gave this update. All curtailments have been lifted as of the 13th on the Scott, November 13th. The flows as of 9:30 yesterday at Fort Jones was 337 CFS, 150 CFS is the December requirement. That does go up to 200 in January. The fish counts here that you see are the same from the last time as well. I was told they had to pull out the weir because of the high flows so that they're not still able to count. I don't know if that's going to be going back in, but we'll have an update on that again. For the Shasta, all curtailments were lifted as of October 31st. Again, the flows yesterday morning were 191 CFS, and they are 125 is the requirement for November through March. Next slide, please. And so taking a look at our graphs that you're used to seeing for the Scott River, again, if you take a look, you know, the red bar is our minimum flows, and that blue line, you know, is charting the flows. It kind of goes off the graph there because the flows were pretty high, and so they are above. Next slide. And again, for the Shasta, you can see the same thing, that peak when we got quite a bit of precipitation. Next slide, please. So just a little bit of information on next steps. We are, staff are looking at potential alternatives or recommendations for readoption of the emergency regulation. We have our staff reviewing comments. Those were due by November 20th. Did want to note that the initial review is looking like comments included concepts relating to potential alternative proposals, but there were no specific alternative approaches submitted to speak of. But there is still time for folks to develop alternatives or apply concepts under the local cooperative solutions pathway. There'll be more from the team on that later. They do anticipate presenting a proposed regulation at the January 7th board meeting. The current emergency regulation expires on the 31st, so as we're looking towards continuity, there is an Office of Administrative Law process, so if it were adopted on January 7th, that would be the focus to get it to the Office of Administrative Law and through that process before the January 31st expiration date. And there's lots of information on the website, so people can join there. Next slide. Again, this is our last push to also remind people the annual diversion and use reports are coming. They're due February 1st, but please, folks can report now. These are for the previous water year diversions. Everyone is expected to report, even if you didn't use water, if you have a water right or a claim, and then another reminder, we do have new late fees this year for our post-1914s. So really it's important to get those in as soon as possible. There's contact information there, and we have quite a few staff that are able to help people if they have questions. And that is all I have today. So I'll take your questions if you have any.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ms. Bean. Looking to fellow board colleagues if they have any questions, comments, or anything further they'd like from hydrologic updates going into the new year? All right, seeing none. Thank you. Easy update. Appreciate it, Ms. Bean. All right, that now brings item number 4, which is an update regarding the emerging contaminants 6-PPD and 6-PPD quinine. Good morning. Good to see you all. Really appreciate this informational item. Oh, apologies. You'll need to turn the mic on there. Yeah.
Sorry, we have slides that we'll
Should be
be
coming up
using.
now.
So we'll wait for those.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Manuela Romano Diorti. I'm a research scientist at the State Water Board, and I'm going to start our presentation on the state agency updates regarding the emerging contaminants 6-PPD and 6-PPD quinone. Next slide, please. In our presentation today, I'm going to start introducing our speakers. Then I'm going to provide background information on the emerging contaminants 6-PPD and 6-PPD quinone. The Department of Toxic Substances Control, or the TSC, Safer Consumer Products Program will present their approach, followed by California Department of Transportation, Caltrans, presenting their strategy, current monitoring, and best management practices. And the water boards will then present its programmatic approach for monitoring and management. Next slide, please. So here are our presenters today. As I mentioned, I'm Manuela Romano Diorti, a research scientist at the State Water Board. We also have Kelly Grant, research scientist at the Department of Toxic Substances Control, Hardeep Thakkar, Assistant Division Chief at the California Department of Transportation, and Erica Calvi, Senior Engineering Geologist at the State Water Board. We also have supporting members here today. Some of them are here to support answering questions, and all of these names included here were crucial for the development of this presentation. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, I'm going to start providing some background information on these emerging contaminants. So 6-PPD is a chemical used in tires. It is used as an anti-degradant to prevent premature weathering of the rubber from sunlight, oxygen, and ozone. It is the primary anti-degradant used in tires, and it is used in all tires. While 6-PPD quinone is one of the several transformation products of 6-PPD, and it's formed by the reaction of 6-PPD and ozone. 6-PPD, it's not a new product. It has been used in tires since the mid-60s. While 6-PPD quinone was only identified in stormwater samples in late 2020, early 2021, as the causal toxicant for the human runoff mortality syndrome. This is a phenomenon that happened and is mainly observed in the Puget Sound River in Washington state, when coho salmons would return to rivers and streams to spawn, they would die before they could lay their eggs. This was observed for decades, and the causal toxicant was a mystery, but it was observed that this always happened after rain events and in waterways near roads. So this is why they thought that the mortality was probably correlated with stormwater runoff from roads, and this is why it's called urban runoff mortality syndrome. Then a group of scientists collaborated and applied really advanced techniques and were finally able to identify this transformation product of 6-PPD, 6-PPD quinone. They published their findings in this groundbreaking science paper that is included in the slide. And after that, the scientific community started this really big effort to understand more about the sources, pathways, and toxicity of these contaminants to aquatic organisms. In our presentation today, we're presenting on both contaminants, 6-PPD and 6-PPD quinone, but because 6-PPD quinone is responsible for the urban runoff mortality syndrome, the main focus of the next slides is going to be on 6-PPD quinone. So in the next slides, I'm going to summarize what we know so far about these contaminants. Next slide, please. I'm going to move to sources and pathways to receiving waters. Tires are the main source of 6-PPD and 6-PPD quinone in the environment. Other sources include rubber materials other than tires, but their contribution is really negligent as compared to tires. And to provide some context of the size of this issue, the tire industry is a complex environmental problem. It is a big industry producing over 3.1 billion new tires every year. And as tires roll over road surfaces, the friction between the rubber and the road produce these tiny particles called tire wear particles. And those particles can end up in the environment. So globally, tires may be one of the top sources of microplastics to the environment. And in addition to these particles, there are over 1,000 chemicals and compounds in tires. Those include heavy metals, polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, and compounds such as 6-PPD. These compounds can be toxic alone or as a chemical cocktail. In terms of pathways, stormwater runoff is a major pathway for transporting tire wear particles from roads to water bodies. But there are other pathways that I'm going to show in the next slide. Next slide, please. This is a conceptual diagram showing the sources and pathways to the environment, people, plants, and animals. So as you can see here, these particles, these chemicals, are not only present in the aquatic environment, but they're also present in soils and in the atmosphere. This conceptual diagram was developed by the Interstate Technology and Regulatory Council, ITRC, that developed a guidance document for 6-PPD and 6-PPD quinone. I'm not going to have time to go too much in details, but you can find more details in this diagram and this guidance document that is included in the ITRC website that will be shared in this presentation, and also in the website of the Constituents of Emerging Concern program, which also will be shared during this presentation. Our main focus is on receiving water and aquatic organisms at the moment, but our monitoring and management strategy will track all of the relevant pathways and sources. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to move to toxicity to aquatic organisms, but to provide some context to understand what I'm going to present in the next slides, I'm going to quickly present a fundamental concept in ecotoxicology. In order to evaluate the toxicity of a chemical to an aquatic organism, we can do this in several ways. But one of the most common measures used is the mortality rate, or more specifically, the concentration of a substance that can cause death in 50% of a test population within a specific time frame, or LC50. LC stands for lethal concentration, and 50%. And the way we arrive to this number is by building a dose response curve, just like the one that you can see in the slide. So in the x-axis, we have the 6-ppd concentration in nanograms per liter, and then the y-axis, the observed mortality in percentage. We find the point of the curve that produces death in 50% of the population, and the corresponding dose is our LC50. So in this case, is 95 nanograms per liter. It's really important to highlight here that this is a very low LC50. In fact, it's one of the lowest LC50s ever reported for any chemical. We have just a few chemicals, mainly pyrethroids, with numbers lower than that. So this is a really toxic chemical, specifically for coho salmon. Next slide, please. Okay, now that I talk about the concept of LC50, I included here in this table LC50 for other organisms for comparison. On the top of this table, we have coho salmon, which is the number that I just presented, 95 nanograms per liter. In red in this table, we have other salmonid species. So other sensitive species include brook trout, lake trout, and white-spotted char. Rainbow trout has a slightly higher LC50, but is also moderate sensitive with concentrations that are relevant in the environment. And just to provide some context from the sensitive species, the ones that we can find in California are coho salmon, mainly found in Northern California, and rainbow trout, which is widely distributed in California, included in areas of really high traffic volume in Southern California, for example, where you would expect to see more 6-ppd quinone. In contrast, another salmonid species that can be found a lot in California is Chinook salmon, but its LC50 is really high, so it's not a sensitive species, not a realistic environmental concentration. Similar non-realistic LC50s are found for other fish species, such as zebrafish, and other aquatic organisms, such as water flea and amphipod. This is not a comprehensive table. We have more LC50s than that, but this is just to illustrate that some salmonid species do exhibit significantly greater sensitivity than other aquatic species tested today. The science in this issue is developing really fast, so we have new numbers coming every month. And the EPA, the United States Environmental Protection Agency, in June this year has published acute screening values for 6-ppd quinone and 6-ppd. This is a guidance for states and tribes for their environmental protection program. This is supposed to be protective of aquatic life, including the sensitive species such as coho salmon. So the numbers are really protective, really conservative, so lower than LC50. So the numbers are 11 nanograms per liter for 6-ppd quinone and 8,900 for 6-ppd. Next slide, please. In terms of data, occurrence data in the environment, I built this figure that has data from 10 different scientific papers with the concentration. Here is just 6-ppd quinone in different environmental matrices, including groundwater, road puddle, roadway runoff, other types of runoff, stormwater, surface water, and wastewater treatment plants, effluent and influent. I included here just the maximum and minimum concentration to make the visualization easier. And so on the y-axis, you see the concentration of 6-ppd quinone in nanograms per liter. I also included here this EPA screening level of 11 nanograms per liter, the coho salmon LC50 of 95 nanograms per liter, and the rainbow trout LC50 of 1,000 nanograms per liter, or 1 micrograms per liter. So as you can see here, for roadway runoff and stormwater, maximum values exceed all of the criteria included. On the other hand, for road puddle, for runoff, surface water, and wastewater treatment plant influent, the values, maximum values exceed the EPA screening and the coho salmon LC50, and the only matrix that does not exceed any criteria is groundwater with maximum concentrations of 1 nanogram per liter. I highlighted here samples coming from California. The samples come from the Bay Area, but you see in the Caltrans presentation, they're going to present much more data on California. And then apart from this environmental matrices that are included here, 6-ppd quinone and 6-ppd have also been detected in soil, sediments, air, indoor dust, roadway dust, and human urine. But the effects of this contaminant for human health is an ongoing area of research at the moment. Next slide, please. And then coming to the efforts that the Constituents of Emerging Concern program at the other board is doing is related to 6-ppd quinone. In 2023, the Science Advisory Panel on Constituents of Emerging Concern published a report monitoring strategies for constituents of emerging concern in California's aquatic ecosystem, and 6-ppd quinone was identified as a high priority for California's water. In response to this report, we, the CEC program, have included 6-ppd quinone in pilot monitoring program where we collected water and sediment samples and measured for different constituents of emerging concern, including 6-ppd quinone. We had detection of 6-ppd quinone in a very small number of samples, but it's important to highlight here that this was focused on all CECs, and so it was non-stormwater condition, and it's known that 6-ppd quinone really stays only a matter of hours in the water. So to have a more realistic view of the situation here in California, we would have to repeat the sample in stormwater conditions. We're also building 6-ppd quinone areas of concern map. This is a map mainly focused on prioritizing efforts, prioritizing sites for monitoring. So this map includes areas of high traffic volume where we would expect to find more 6-ppd quinone, areas of salmon population, and areas of stormwater discharges. So we will see where we would expect to see more 6-ppd quinone, and with that we can concentrate our monitoring efforts. And then lastly, we're also involved in a project with the Environmental Protection Agency Office of Research and Development, regional EPA offices, and tribal partners to leverage what we know so far of 6-ppd quinone in California and come up with a strategy for the state. So the main goal of this project is to enhance multi-agency collaboration with tribal partners and make sure that all efforts related to 6-ppd quinone are efficient, minimizing the time and efforts from the tribal partners. I was recently, 2 weeks ago, had the opportunity to be in Office of Research and Development from the EPA with our partners in this project to discuss our strategies in the future, so we should have more information on this coming soon. And with that, I'm going to pass the word to Kelly Grant. Next slide, please.
Many thanks. Good to see you.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Kelly Grant from the Department of Toxic Substances Control in the Safer Consumer Products Program, or what I'll refer to as SEP. The ultimate goal with most contaminants is source control, or preventing the release of that hazardous substance into the environment. And the best way to achieve that with 6-ppd is to find safer alternatives to it to be used in tires. And that's what I'll talk about today. Next slide, please. So our regulations, went into effect in October of 2023. We call our regulated products priority products. So our regulations allow us to be precautionary rather than wait for a risk assessment, which can take years to develop and publish. And this precautionary approach allowed us to move quickly on this emerging contaminant. So just 8 months after rulemaking, 8 months after 6-ppd quinone was discovered, we proposed rulemaking. So our criteria for regulation is to demonstrate the potential for exposure and potential for that exposure to result in adverse impacts. For 6-PPD, this included impacts to endangered and threatened coho, as well as downstream effects on the California Native American tribes that rely on coho and other salmonids. Our regulations do not ban a chemical or the product, but instead we require manufacturers to systematically evaluate alternatives. Next. This systematic evaluation is what we call alternatives analysis, or AA. Our regulations recognize that product manufacturers have the technical expertise to understand what chemistry will work in their product. Therefore, the onus is on the product manufacturers to identify alternatives that are feasible and to carefully evaluate the hazard traits of those potential alternatives. The standard AA is conducted in 2 stages. In the preliminary AA, the manufacturers screen a wide range of alternatives and select promising alternatives to be evaluated in the final AA. That final AA is a much more thorough comparison between the priority product and those selected alternatives. This AA process is intentionally long. It's designed to allow time to develop alternatives and to critically evaluate the safety of those alternatives. Next. This time was particularly important for 6-PPD, given that concerns about it only surfaced in January of 2021. As Manuela mentioned, 6-PPD is used in all tires, and it's important for safety. So here in the slide, you can see what happens to rubber when 6-PPD is absent. 6-PPD has been used for decades, so this was not an active area of R&D for tire companies. Consequently, there were no replacements that were readily available. And that's why this SEP alternatives analysis process is ideal for this situation. Next. The goal of the AA process is to prevent regrettable substitutes by providing a holistic framework to compare 6-PPD to its alternatives. Our framework requires manufacturers to assess product performance, as well as a variety of adverse impacts across the life cycle of the product. Next. When thinking about replacing 6-PPD in tires, regrettable substitutes include alternatives that would reduce the durability of tires, because scrap tires are a huge environmental disposal problem. Alternatives that increase rolling resistance could harm fuel efficiency goals for vehicles. And certainly chemicals with similar or worse hazards. And I want to expand on this. The AA must evaluate hazards well beyond fish toxicity, because we know there will be widespread exposure to the alternative. Next. To refer back to the exposure model that Manuela showed earlier, the fundamentals of tire wear and the generation of tire wear particles is unlikely to be changed by an alternative. Next. So based on this, we know that any alternative will be pervasive in the environment, leading to broad environmental and human exposures to it, as well as to its transformation products. So this is why it's so critical that alternatives are carefully evaluated for both ecological and human toxicity before they're deployed in tires. Next. To orient you where we are in our process, our regulations went into effect October 1st of 2023. Then tire manufacturers notified us that they sell tires containing 6-ppd in California the following month. And then in March of this year, the tire manufacturers submitted their preliminary alternatives analyses. SCP reviewed those, and the reports that are compliant can go on to submit their final AA. The final alternatives analysis are typically due a year later, but the consortium represented by the U.S. Tire Manufacturers Association, or USTMA, requested a year-long extension to have more time to research the performance and hazards of alternatives, pushing the due date back to August 2026. Beyond that, it will take several years to implement an alternative if it's available at scale. That may take much longer if sufficient quantities are not available to the tire industry. This timeline, this long timeline, highlights the importance of the efforts of the Water Board and Caltrans to mitigate the adverse impacts of 6-ppd quinone while we work towards source control. Next slide. So 75 global tire manufacturers responded to our regulations. Most of those companies worked together in a consortium, so we reviewed 19 unique alternatives analyses. 2 of those AAs were compliant, including the one submitted by the U.S. Tire Manufacturers Association consortium. That alone represents over 90% of the tire market in California. So the percentage of the market that is in compliance is actually quite good. We've also started the process of enforcement on companies that are not in compliance. And I want to emphasize that even though those companies have not submitted a compliant AA, they are committed to replacing 6-ppd in tires. Next, oh, sorry. I forgot the animation was there. Pardon me. But the most critical outcome is that these manufacturers have collectively selected 17 potential alternatives to evaluate in greater detail in the final AA. Next. A list of potential alternatives ranges from fairly well characterized chemicals to those that have very little information about it. The chemicals that are bolded are those selected by the USTMA consortium. And since they represent such a huge percentage of the market, those alternatives are likely to have more importance. Several PPD derivatives are considered. These chemicals do have very similar structures to 6-ppd. They're also known to form quinones. However, several studies have indicated that 6-ppd quinone might be uniquely toxic among the PPD quinones, so that these listed alternatives may in fact be safer alternatives. In addition, the US EPA has initiated rulemaking under the Toxic Substances Control Act based on a petition filed by 3 tribal nations in the Pacific Northwest, including the Yurok tribe in California. In this rulemaking, they're soliciting information about 6-ppd alternatives so that these 2 regulatory processes may synergize to ensure that a safer anti-degradant is used in tires. Next slide. I mentioned that some tire manufacturers are out of compliance, and our regulations do allow importers and retailers to comply. The most straightforward approach for that is for them to stop offering the product for sale in California. After the final AA is complete, DTSC can implement regulatory responses where we can require manufacturers to carry out one or several of these options to mitigate the adverse impacts of 6-PPD and 6-PPD quinone. Next. So I just want to say thank you for your time and attention, and I put up a link to the ITRC document that Manuela mentioned earlier. Thank you. And now I'll pass it to Hardeep from Caltrans.
Many thanks.
Thank you, Kelly. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and the members of the board. Hardeep Takhar with Caltrans Headquarters, Division of Environmental Analysis. This presentation provides the board with a brief summary of Caltrans' strategy for monitoring 6-PPDQ, including an overview of data, current status, and next steps. Next slide, please. Caltrans has implemented an effective stormwater management program for over 30 years. This presentation will demonstrate how our existing program adapts to emerging pollutants of concern, focusing on 6-PPDQ efforts to date. This timeline shows our rapid response to the first news of 6-PPDQ as a roadway pollutant threatening coho salmon published in January 2021. We sought vendor quotes for analysis in August 2022, even though 6-PPDQ analytical methods were still under development. By the winter of 2023, we implemented the new program, collecting our first 6-PPDQ samples from around the state. Over the past 6 months, we have developed a white paper report that integrates findings from a scientific literature review with results from Caltrans 6-PPDQ characterization and BMP effectiveness monitoring. And we're sharing the summary of our findings with you today. Next slide, please. The Caltrans monitoring program addresses 6-PPDQ statewide, and data has been collected from 18 stations between January 2023 through October 2024. Most monitoring sites were selected based on their proximity to salmonid habitat. The next few slides will provide an overview of monitoring data obtained to date, and a few takeaways include 6-PPDQ concentrations can be projected from average annual daily traffic, which we abbreviate as AADT. Receiving waters sampled are below 6-PPDQ levels of concern for coho salmon, and Caltrans treatment BMPs are effective in reducing 6-PPDQ. The next few slides will go over more detail on these items. Next slide, please. Our monitoring shows that 6-PPDQ consistently increases with increasing annual average daily traffic, or AADT. This box and whiskers graph groups Caltrans statewide 6-PPDQ results by annual average daily traffic. We'll use this graph format in the rest of our slides for consistency. The legend at the bottom right corner provides definitions for the statisticians in the audience. The boxes represent the spread of data, and the fact that they don't overlap demonstrates noticeable difference in the 6-PPDQ concentrations from the high, medium, and the low traffic volume groups. The 3 AADT groups represent low traffic roadways with less than 1,000 vehicles per day. Medium traffic roadways are with between 1,000 and 10,000 vehicles per day, and high traffic roadways with more than 10,000 vehicles per day. The horizontal dashed lines indicate the EPA's 6-PPDQ screening level of 11 nanograms per liter, the lethal level to coho salmon at 95 nanograms per liter, and the lethal level to rainbow trout and steelhead at 1,000 nanograms per liter at the top of the graph. The good news is that 6-PPDQ concentrations at each monitoring location are below levels lethal to rainbow trout. More good news is that 6-PPDQ concentrations in stormwater runoff from low traffic roadways is consistently below the lethal level for coho salmon and is often below the 11 nanograms per liter EPA screening level. However, 6-PPDQ concentrations are projected to exceed coho salmon lethal level more often than not in medium traffic roadways and consistently in high traffic roadways. We can use these monitored roadway monitoring results to project 6-PPDQ concentrations where we have no data. The projections can help identify priorities for receiving water monitoring and aid in water quality evaluations for planned Caltrans projects. The projections can be refined over time as more data is collected and we learn more about this emerging pollutant of concern. The next few slides will demonstrate low 6-ppdq concentrations measured in receiving waters and how Caltrans treatment BMPs are effective in reducing 6-ppdq concentrations below lethal levels for coho salmon. Next slide, please. This map shows the location of our receiving water monitoring results from Fish Rock Gulch near Gualala. It's a medium AADT area, which is on the Mendocino coast south of Fort Bragg. The data was collected as part of a risk evaluation for a specific Caltrans project. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. Our monitoring results showed that stormwater runoff 6-ppdq concentrations of 180 to 240 nanograms per liter did not impact receiving water 6-ppdq concentrations. Samples were collected during the most intense rainfall period of an early season storm after 0.36 inches of rain fell over a 2-hour period. Receiving water concentrations were 2 nanograms per liter upstream of our stormwater runoff discharge point and 5 nanograms per liter downstream of our discharge point. The low upstream background concentration is likely due to small county roads located in the drainage watershed. There was no discernible increase in 6-ppdq from the Caltrans' runoff discharges. 6-ppdq concentrations in receiving water remained below the 11 nanograms per liter EPA screening level. These are preliminary results from one storm. We will be monitoring another storm at this location and at other projects in the area as well. The first look at the receiving water shows that attenuation and dilution mitigates 6-ppdq in stormwater discharges to below levels of concern. The next few slides will provide examples of attenuation by Caltrans approved treatment BMPs. Next slide, please. Our first treatment BMP effectiveness example shows results from a permeable pavement overlay known as open graded friction course, or OGFC. This monitoring point is located in the Central Valley near Santanella, which is a high AADT as part of a project we were already monitoring OGFC for other pollutants removal effectiveness, so we added 6-ppdq to an ongoing study. Next slide, please. OGFC reduces standing water on the freeway by allowing stormwater to flow through gaps created by large grade gravel in the porous asphalt layer, as shown in the upper left diagram. The figure on the lower left shows a close-up of the actual OGFC used in the study. The benefits of OGFC include reducing standing water and splashing to improve visibility and hydroplaning risk to improve traction in rainy conditions. It also significantly reduces noise impacts from traffic, which can exceed the benefits of sound walls. OGFC provides water quality benefits. Many studies have shown that stormwater treatment with OGFC reduces suspended sediment concentrations. You can see in the first box on the left that stormwater without OGFC treatment at this monitoring location has about 400 nanograms per liter 6-ppdq concentrations, which are about 4 times higher than the level lethal to coho salmon. Treatment by OGFC reduces 6-ppdq concentrations in stormwater discharges to below the lethal level to coho salmon. Again, our preliminary findings from this study are consistent with a recent study of porous pavement overlays conducted by the city of Gresham in Oregon. OGFC has potentially broad applicability in California roadways, so this finding is helpful to treatment BMP strategies for reducing 6-ppdq risk from stormwater discharges. Next slide, please. In our second example of treatment effectiveness, we tested a media filter at the Carquinez Bridge Toll Plaza on Interstate 80 near Vallejo. This was also a 6-ppdq monitoring addition to an ongoing study. Next slide, please. The media filter treats stormwater from 8 lanes of freeway and toll plaza traffic. The inflowing stormwater has 200 nanograms per liter, 6 ppdq concentrations, which is about double the lethal level to coho salmon. The data indicates that removing particles by media filtration also removes 6 ppdq. The resulting 6 ppdq concentrations discharged to the San Francisco Bay are well below the lethal level to coho salmon. Next slide, please. Finally, the next 3 slides will show how we tested bioswales and biofiltration treatment BMPs at 3 different locations in the North Coast. Next slide, please. This bioswale on State Route 299, pictured above, flows into a bioretention basin that infiltrated all stormwater during the storm events sampled. We sampled at the end of the bioswale before the flow reached the bioretention basin to allow characterization of 6 ppdq removal through the bioswale alone. The results showed that 6 ppdq concentrations in stormwater from a moderate AADT roadway were reduced to below the coho salmon lethal levels. The treated water flowed into the bioretention basin where all of the water was infiltrated during the storms monitored. Next slide, please. In the next sample, stormwater at State Route 299 at Circle Point Curve flows through a bioswale towards a drainage culvert. The bioswale infiltrated 100% of the stormwater, resulting in no discharge, even after about 0.6 inches of rain fell over 24 hours. Next slide, please. This last example is from a low AADT tourist road on State Route 271, the Avenue of the Giants in Mendocino County. 6 ppdq concentrations in stormwater runoff in these locations were low or non-detect and consistently below the 11 nanograms per liter EPA screening level. This roadway provides an example of our low traffic, low 6 ppdq roadways. This is another example of a bioswale infiltrating 100% of the stormwater, resulting in no discharge at this location, even after 2.5 inches of rain fell over 24 hours during site reconnaissance. Next slide, please. In summary, Caltrans's strategy for managing 6 ppdq is to continue implementing our stormwater management program as required in our NPDES permit. This program, the program we have developed meets the needs for 6 ppdq. We will continue ongoing monitoring to improve our understanding of 6 ppdq distribution on our roadways and to verify effectiveness of approved stormwater treatment BMPs. We will continue to share information and are open to feedback from our partnering agencies and the public. We will also continue to treat stormwater as required in our NPDES permit using all available and appropriate stormwater treatment BMPs. Our processes prioritize infiltration BMPs such as bioswales, and in settings where treatment is infeasible, using alternatives such as open graded friction cores and the natural environment as treatment areas to provide effective treatment for 6 ppdq where possible. Finally, we are evaluating water quality risks for Caltrans projects in sensitive coho salmon habitats, as with the receiving water sample we showed you from the Mendocino coast. Next slide, please. We have our team leaders here in person to help answer any questions at the end of the presentation, and we thank you for your time. And I'll pass the microphone back to Erica. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. And hi there, my name is Erica Calve. I am going to close us out for today's presentation and take this opportunity to introduce the State Water Board's Constituents of Emerging Concern, or CEC's program. We are a relatively new program that was created through a successful budget change proposal to support California's water resilience portfolio. For the past few years, we've been building out our program. Our program serves the entire water boards as a central hub to help address CECs in all aspects of water boards programs. The CEC program actions are informed by past science advisory panels and guided by executive management through a steering committee. Currently, our program is focused on building foundational aspects of the program, such as a CEC strategic plan and other documents to improve data quality and data management processes that will support a transition to using next generation monitoring tools to proactively identify CECs for management and accountability. Our team is also working to leverage interagency and community partnerships. To put this in context for the presentation today, 6-PPD and 6-PPD quinone are emerging contaminants, and our role is to track information and knowledge of these contaminants from awareness of sources and pathways to the environment, toxicity to human and ecological health, and to coordinate with relevant programs within the water boards and external agencies and partners to identify management actions that will eliminate or reduce releases to the environment. And along the lines of working with, next slide. And along the lines of working with many partners, our plan for the program at large is to engage with government and tribal partners and interested parties to help achieve the goals and objectives of the CEC's program and ultimately develop collaborative solutions to address CECs using a cradle-to-grave approach. For example, for 6-PPD and 6-PPD quinone, in addition to engagement with DTSE and Caltrans presenting with us here today, and US EPA and tribal partners that were mentioned previously, we're also engaged with other agencies and partners on this topic. We want to highlight the work of our sister agency, CalRecycle, regarding their charge to support California's tire recycling efforts and the need to reuse rather than landfill tires, and tracking their work characterizing water quality concerns associated with the various reuse products that they've identified. They also work with another sister agency, OEHA, who is supporting risk assessment of recycled waste tires and the various products that they're evaluating. We're also engaged with our partners at the Ocean Protection Council and their work leading California's efforts for the development of a microplastics monitoring plan and strategy that includes evaluation of impacts from tire wear particles, a major source of microplastics to the environment. Next slide. So to kind of close us out, the CEC's program is moving away from a compound by compound approach, and working on current and legacy CEC issues is helping to shape a strategic approach for CEC's monitoring and management, the one that embraces a more holistic approach that's maybe class-based or issue-based, depending on the contaminant and class that we're looking at. 6-PPD is an example of a CEC that moved rapidly from discovery to source control actions. And so it actually provides a really amazing case study for us to use to gain the experience we need to try to apply this same sort of rapid response to future emerging contaminants. And this will help us not only address 6-PPD quinone, but also help us manage CECs more broadly. Meanwhile, the science on 6-PPD and 6-PPD quinone is advancing rapidly, and significant knowledge gaps remain regarding the risk these contaminants pose to ecosystems and human health. Current research indicates that 6-PPD quinone in particular is impacting certain salmonid populations with substantial ecological consequences. Additionally, salmonid mortality driven by 6-PPD quinone and other factors such as climate change disproportionately affects tribal nations in North America. It threatens access to traditional foods and the cultural and economic well-being of indigenous communities. So as highlighted with today's presentation, collaborating with partners is essential to maximizing the efficiency of our response actions, supporting multi-beneficial outcomes, and shortening response times to reduce and eliminate CEC's impacts to the environment. And that's what the CEC's program endeavors to support here at the water boards. Next slide. And And so with that, we'd like to say thank you so much. If you'd like to follow up with us, we do have a program email as well as a program website. And on our website, we have a tab for tire wear particles and 6-PPD quinone. And we have hyperlinks to many of the references that were cited here today.
Fantastic. Just really appreciate the great work that's gone into this and the coordination, obviously, across the state agencies. I think that's been just a real hallmark of this effort insofar as really being able to use our different authorities and work to be able to address something that just came on the scene. And the rapidness of the response and just the amount of work that's gone in is impressive, and just really appreciate all the work that's gone on across the agencies to quickly respond to something that I know when it first hit the news and everyone was first becoming aware of this challenge, seemed huge, and still does seem like a huge issue that we're going to need to be able to continue to manage, but glad for just all the data that we have to start to really just even understand the scope of the challenge here, and the early work that's gone on at DTSC, especially when it comes to already working with manufacturers to figure out what alternatives are out there, and to your point, start to get there sooner than necessarily we can on the turning off of the spigot part of safer products. So just incredible thanks for the work across the state agencies. It's been great to see it. I do have a first kind of question, and that's just really ultimately, what's the fate of 6-PPD? It's good to hear that bioswales and some of the features that we have to kind of capture and try to clean up stormwater generally is able to do so. I imagine it's that filtering that is kind of largely capturing the 6-PPD and kind of keeping it in place. But I guess, does it degrade ultimately in the environment? Does it sort of have a lifespan, or does it accumulate? Do we know kind of ultimately, what does it end up accumulating as sediments, or just kind of falling out of the water column after stormwater events? Just trying to better understand ultimately this kind of the scope of the challenge that we're facing, and if the chemical compound itself kind of degrades and we find ourselves, kind of a moment where if we do find an alternative, we turn off the spigot, that, it'll through time not necessarily be an issue, or if it's something we'll need to continue to manage because of its presence, in the general environment and its mobilization during stormwater events.
So the short answer is we don't know yet. In water, it disappears really quickly. So 6-PPD transfers really quickly to 6-PPD quinone in water, and then 6-PPD quinone itself is a matter of hours or day. And we don't know exactly what it comes to. In sediments, it's still a bigger mystery. What I know is that the Environmental Protection Agency, the group that I was just with 2 weeks ago, they are studying exactly that, what happens with 6-PPD quinone in sediment itself, what transforms into, how long does it take to transform into that. So it's still an ongoing area of research. I don't know if you want to add something to that.
Yeah, I think there's been one study in China looking at 6-PPD quinone in sediment across a river delta estuary and then out into deep sea. And they did find a gradient of decreasing amounts of 6-PPD quinone in that. But the fact that they found it in deep sea sediment suggests that it may persist longer in sediment than it does in the water column. But I think it's still a major data gap.
Appreciate that. And thank you. Yeah, still, we are very much still at the beginning of some of this, but, I appreciate at least some data there that seems to be indicating that it is something that we'll have to continue to manage. When it comes to the alternatives, just wondering if there is any, are there any front runners amongst them, any particularly hopeful alternatives of the 17? And I can appreciate that that's what the whole study and analysis is trying to aim toward, but just wondering if there's anything kind of preliminary amongst there that shows that some of those alternatives may be, a little more likely than others, or a little more promising.
Yeah, that's actually a great question that I'm not sure I can fully address. In terms of ease of substitution, I think the other PPD derivatives would probably be the easiest for the tire industry. Work at USDA, USDA, and then USGS with the Department of Ecology has been testing some of those other PPD derivatives. They've ozonated them and exposed them to coho as well as a couple other salmonids, and they do seem much safer than 6-ppd quinone. I think because we don't understand the mechanism of action of 6-ppd quinone, it's a little worrisome to think about other PPD quinones being out there. There's certainly been a fair amount of biomonitoring studies on other PPD quinones, and they're pretty broad in the environment at this point and in human, human urine. So I think the jury's still out, and we'll have to wait till the alternatives analysis is complete to really understand that.
Thank you. And what's coordination been like with other states? Obviously, this was first identified, I believe, in Washington, and so I imagine other state agencies are similarly here. And I appreciate the partnership across to the federal government, obviously, as well, as we all try to wrap our arms around it. But just kind of wondering what the relationship and kind of cross-learning has been like with other states on the issue.
I could start. The US EPA has done a really great job of forming a couple working groups that meet on a regular basis, some monthly, some quarterly, and it brings Western states together so it includes Oregon and Washington and California, as well as representatives, I think, from Alaska and Idaho are part of this particular group, and it is with the Department of Transportation agencies in those states. I know, Hardeep, you're often on those calls as well, and it seems like there's some great collaboration happening with Oregon State. They're taking the lead on building they're taking the lead on building a research facility for related to some scientific research on water quality related. I'll let you speak.
Yeah, you're right, Erica. And I think I'm going to lean on my subject matter expert to speak to that a little bit more. I'll lean on Sean Penders or Khalil Abu Sawad. He's our senior lead scientist on this. Go ahead, please. Yeah.
Great, thank you. I think you need to turn on the mic, sorry, little button on the base of the mic there. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Board Member Esquivel and members of the board. For the record, I'm Dr. Khalil Abu Saba with the firm Brown and Caldwell. We are technical consultants to Caltrans in this matter. It's good to be here today. Mr. Laufer, Mr. Bishop, it's been a quarter of a century. Good to see you again. In the matter of interstate coordination, in my work, we have not touched any other states, but the work that Washington Ecology has done and published in their summary of their 6-PPDQ program has been a real roadmap for us to think about how we move forward with the stakeholder coordination, and particularly the kind of reaching out to other members of the public on this. That's been helpful to us forward-looking. Washington Ecology also has had a GIS-based approach that they're looking at risk assessment. I've seen state board staff kind of looking at that as a blueprint for the way forward. I will say that you can be proud to be a Californian because honestly, we are out front with the receiving water and stormwater monitoring. We have more data in the state than any other transportation agency has generated. We're leaders in this, and it comes through that I'm proud of Caltrans, my client. You should also be proud of your staff and partner agencies at DTSC. I'll turn it over to Sean with that, and I do want to leave you with the thought that it's rare that monitoring data are collected in October, November, and end up on a slide before the board in December. It's never happened to me in my going on 40 years experience in water quality, and I don't think it's ever happened in this state. So it's just a kind of an icon for how, as you said, Chairman, Mr. Chair, that this is a very unique collaboration that's come together. So, Sean, anything to add?
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And likewise, very proud of the work and coordination, and it's very much seen. And so thanks everyone that has been really contributing to this. Obviously coming off of yesterday where, we had a workshop on the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan update and the need to help support salmonids in these watersheds. It reminds me of why the board was created, to oversee both quality and quantity, where we have to keep IR on both. If we're really going to see the outcomes that we're looking for. So the ability to quickly respond to a water quality concern here, as we're trying to increase the quantity of flows on rivers, it just strikes me as why we're here to ultimately be able to have that conversation in one space and do our best to try to track both of these issues and their impacts ultimately on the beneficial uses and species in the state, and ultimately human health as well. So just thanks, really appreciate all the great work. Looking to fellow board colleagues if they have any questions, comments. Board Member McGuire and Board Member Firestone.
Sure, yeah. Thank you for being here. Thank you for this presentation. I've been looking forward to the update for quite some time. I mean, frankly, since the Caltrans MS4 permit was updated and some of these issues were really brought to my attention. I really, and honestly, I went to a CASQA stormwater conference, I think it was a couple of years ago, and heard an update from someone with EPA talking about the toxicity of 6-PPD quinone, and it just blew me away. It was just frightening to hear, and you emphasized a lot of those same points here today. So, when I think about CECs, it's a long list, and it's an ever-growing and evolving list. And so having this conversation here today, I mean, we're focused on coho salmon because we feel like that's the keystone species here that's being affected by this contaminant. But this conversation feels a lot like PFAS and the discussions that we've been having in that space, and risks all throughout the environment and its ubiquity, and how it can not only impact humans, but other aquatic species in life. And it's hard to peel back all the layers of the onion because there's so many different versions of PFAS. And so I don't think that's quite the situation we're in here today, but I fear that it could become that if we're not careful and mindful of what we're using in our products. So I really appreciate Dr. Grant, you being here today, and DTSC's efforts in looking at alternatives, because I truly believe that source control is where this should all begin. When we know that something's harmful, we should get it out of the environment and really make an emphasis to that. And, on that note, it's, we do spend a lot of time focused on species, fisheries, trying to right wrongs and correct systems that have been heavily modified and are impacted by flow modifications, physical modifications, and chemical modifications, through our own additions to the environment. And so a lot of this, I think, is a risk process, and thinking about how do we prioritize these efforts, right? So I'm really looking forward to the maps. I'm really looking forward to seeing and better understanding that integration of where are coho salmon most at risk, where have they been most impacted from these types of influences, and where can we have the biggest impact? Right? Where can Caltrans or other partners really lean in on treating stormwater in the areas that are most sensitive? Because, we don't have another 25 years, I think, to sit around. I think we should act now and proactively. So I appreciate Caltrans, your work here in leaning in and doing, spinning up the labs, getting the data out quickly, getting these efforts underway, because it seems like there's a lot we can do. And, even if the understanding is evolving and we're still learning a lot and we still have a long ways to go there, there's measures that we can take here in the shorter term that I think can have a big impact to this fish. And at the end of the day, I mean, that's really what we're trying to do. So thank you just for being here. I don't think I have any questions, just really wanted to share some of my thoughts about this. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Board Member. Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, I'll echo everything that's been said. Thank you. This was super interesting, and it's great to have, a window into the other agencies that we don't know as well in terms of DTSC's program and Caltrans, and then also the preview of the new Constituents of Emerging Concern office and work, because I think that's something we've, throughout, especially the past year or two, I think there's just been an increasing focus on looking at how we can integrate across drinking water, water quality, groundwater, surface water, all of these areas across the water boards. And then I think this is such a great example of how that's true across agencies within the state and federal and local. So I think I just wanted to observe or share sort of part of my thought in seeing some of the really great and recent data that was presented today. And, it's really encouraging to see that. I think to me, it's a real highlight for how important stormwater regulation and the best practices that have been put in place over the course sort of our stormwater protection programs, including all of the best practices that you went through, as well as the monitoring programs, and the fact that those already exist mean that we can just add in a lab to understand how particular new contaminants are coming in. And, I think as we talked about, just thinking about things as classes and best practice, and we were talking about this in other context of sort of treatment techniques that may be able to take out multiple things. There's still a lot we don't know. I mean, we talked about the gaps, what the fate and all of that, I think, but I also think this highlights the importance of the stormwater practices, that there's huge investments and, the regulatory program that we've put in place over the past few decades, I guess, to be able to capture, not only things that we knew about, but now things that we are learning about. And I'm glad to see that there's some good news from that so far, and still a lot to learn. Thanks.
Thank you, Board Member Vice Chair.
Then follow up to the chair's question about fate of the chemical. And so I didn't quite pick up on any comments, if you made them, on groundwater. So could anyone comment on, especially, biofiltration systems and any monitoring on groundwater?
So there's been some data on groundwater and the concentrations. I think I added in the figure maximum concentrations of 1 nanograms per liter. There's been more than that. This is not a comprehensive work, but so far is or non-detects, a lot of non-detects in groundwater. So that's good news. Yeah, that's what we know so far.
Great. So my next question then is for Mr. Takar at Caltrans. Looking at the different examples that you provided, could you talk a little bit more about cost and maintenance? I mean, these are really different examples. The OGFC seems that there'd be, a very high cost initially, but maybe it provides multiple benefits. And then some of these other systems, I really appreciate Board Member McGuire's comments about, being strategic, where there's areas, mapping and determining, those key areas where coho are impacted and getting treatment on the ground ASAP. And so maybe if you could talk a little bit about cost and implementation, actually, what it takes, what it would take to deploy some of these treatment methods, and any comments you might have on maintenance.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So we are the strategy that we're looking at right now is trying to better understand the sources, pathways, and the fate of 6-PPDQ. We do have again, this will also help us inform where the priority areas are that Caltrans needs to focus on implementing stormwater treatment measures. And then as the projects come along and we identify opportunities to implement stormwater treatment BMPs, we look at feasibility in terms of, the habitat, the right-of-way, safety concerns. Those are all factors that go into the decision-making process, whether we can implement treatment BMPs or not, or is the natural environment that's in place able to attenuate 6-PPDQ. So a lot of those evaluations happen early on in the project development phase, which we refer to as the project approval, the environmental phase, where technical studies are performed. So we can make decisions about what type of treatments are appropriate for that location to address the environmental impacts associated with that specific project. We do also, we're also looking at putting together a retrofit program starting June 2025, which is essentially going to be requiring us to retrofit treatment BMPs that it's basically to reconstruct treatment BMPs that have completed their life cycle as well. So we don't have a lot of information in terms of at what point the treatment BMPs are experiencing a breakthrough where the pollutants are no longer being removed by the BMPs. So a lot of that studies it's part of the strategy that we are developing right now that's going to inform some of the decisions we're going to make at what point, whether it's 10 years or 20 years is the life cycle of these treatment BMPs that we're going to put in ground, at what point they will need to be replaced. We have more information on OGFC. We do understand that very clearly. We know we need to replace it maybe every 5 years, or there's a replacement time cycle for that. But for treatment BMPs, the monitoring efforts are going to inform how often we will have to replace those BMPs in the future. So I'll see if my subject matter experts want to step in here. Sean Penders, who is our state hydraulics engineer, if there's anything if you want to add to the stormwater treatment BMPs. Yeah, there.
No, just if you had any further comment. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Takir. Board Member Morgan.
Thank you. Just really want to thank you all for being here today and for just a really great presentation. This is really the collaborative effort that I really like to see. In a previous life, 20 plus years ago, this is I was part of an effort that was really looking for this type of collaboration on CECs. It's just really all the agencies coming together and working towards not just in reaction to a CEC, but being proactive about it and looking at what actions can we take now, and also what actions, as we're working towards, studying it more, getting the data and learning, what do we need to do in reaction to a chemical that has been used for decades. And that's what I see that's happening here now. And I want to thank Caltrans for bringing data that you have just collected and presenting it now. That would not have happened back then. It's usually, collect the data. I want to learn more about what does this data mean, and really digging in. And so you all brought a presentation together of what do we know now? And we're not afraid to say what you did not know. And that is great. That's, the process that I believe that we should have, where we really are working through this and we're sharing what we know, where we're going, and, what we're learning and what we don't know, because this does take a while. It's a chemical that's been used. It's a chemical of emerging concern, and that's it. It's emerging. We're not expecting you to have all the answers today. It really is, what is the update? Where are we? We understand that there is a concern. Let's work together to find out where we need to go and just have, get those updates, not just to us, but to the public, so that everyone knows we're working on it, we're working collaboratively. It's not reaching our waterways where, Caltrans is taking a look at, hey, here's where we have the most car trips, and we can put in these different, techniques. We put in biosoils, we put in things that we know, and these things are working. We're keeping it out of our streams. While we may not know the full impact on humans, we're keeping it out. We are being protective. We're doing what we can do. DTSC, you're working on a effort with the car manufacturer, with the tire manufacturers, to understand what are alternatives, so that we no longer have tires that are made with the chemical. It's this balancing, and here at the water boards, we are the regulatory agency that we're dealing with the water quality that is from this chemical, and we're reaching out. We're all working together to make sure that we are cleaning up what has happened. We're also looking towards the future and making sure that we are preventing it from continuing to happen. So I just really want to say thank you. This is almost like a dream come true for me. It's, after spending many efforts of trying to get this to come together, now it's like 20 years later. Oh my goodness, yes, it's here. So this is really exciting. I just really want to thank you all for coming here and giving this presentation. I was like a little happy nerd here today, just going through all the slides and seeing all the information. Just really thank you.
You're here. Thank you, board member. And thanks again. We do have a couple commenters that would like to go to here. And first would like to call up Sean Bothwell, be followed by Cody Phillips. Good morning, Mr. Bothwell.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel, board members. Sean Bothwell, I'm the Executive Director for California Coastkeeper Alliance. I want to start by sincerely thanking this board and staff for this item today. This all started for us. We brought the 6PPD issue to this board pretty early in 2022, but long into the Caltrans stormwater permit development process. And so when I came at the adoption hearing and brought up this issue, we knew that we weren't going to reopen the permit and completely change it that day and really address it. But I sincerely appreciate you guys taking that issue seriously at the time and directing staff to hold this hearing today. So really thankful. Also thankful to the other agencies that were here today. This really is an interagency process that's going to need all hands on deck for source control and Caltrans. So really appreciated your presentations today. But as you heard, the alternatives are either unknown right now or will take a long time, combination of both. And so we've always felt that bioretention and stormwater capture and the things, to Member Firestone's point, things we've learned through the stormwater program for years is really the direction to go. That's where the research showed is the way to address 6PPD. Doesn't just address 6PPD, it addresses other things like microplastics, which is something that we need to get a handle of, but don't really have a handle of right now, and other common pollutants that we deal with on a day-to-day basis for stormwater. That said, Caltrans is a linear system, and so biofiltration retention isn't necessarily the most normal thing or easiest thing to do. And so while we appreciated this hearing today, we wanted to start moving forward with the process and learning more about what Caltrans could do and where they could do it, to Member McGuire's point, and I believe Diodamo's, of really trying to prioritize where we need to address possible stormwater capture first. And so we introduced several bills between the adoption of the hearing and as of today, to really get at actually exactly what Caltrans did. And I want to thank Caltrans for everything they presented here today, because we thought it was really important to start mapping where are the critical areas, where are these discharges happening compared to the average travel daily traffic amounts. Knowing how a project would be engineered, what projects work best, what BMPs are the most effective, and how do you really engineer that? We were even thinking, when I first drafted the first legislation, we were only thinking about bridges, to be honest, like overpasses. And then we start thinking about, well, what about roads parallel to a stream or river? Like, how do we need to address that? How do we address that? And then also just the monitoring compared to the traffic amounts. And so everything that was presented here today is essentially what we were trying to get at with those bills that died just because of cost. So we really appreciate that Caltrans took the initiative and did that work that we thought was so important. I will say on testing, our local water keepers are starting to sample up in Humboldt and Yuba, have already started doing 6 ppd sampling that we're happy to share once that's complete. Up in Humboldt, we are detecting limits above the lethal concentration for coho. In the Yuba, over the 80 overpass there, we're seeing numbers as high as 1,200 nanograms in samples. And so again, happy to bring that to everyone's attention when the monitoring is complete. And then last, I just want, before I turn it over to our staff attorney, Cody, we mentioned the CEC issue, which I really appreciate the state board moving forward with that new program. And kind of echoing what Member McGuire said, it does feel kind of like PFAS. And I have been working on CECs for a while, and this just feels slightly different because it's not necessarily the chronic buildup of antibiotics or caffeine or whatever it might be. This is an acute lethal issue now. And so I would encourage the board to prioritize 6 ppd in that new CEC program, and also start thinking about where do we need to prioritize stormwater capture, biofiltration in the possible next permit, or whenever the time is right to start moving forward with that. So with that, I'll turn it over to Cody to go with the rest.
Great comments. Thank you, Mr. Bothwell. Mr. Phillips.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. Thank you, Sean, for that. Just to build off of Sean's comments on some of the more detailed things that we've seen, really tracking and engaging on this issue to date. So starting with the source control, really happy to see California taking such initiative to find alternatives that are effective at replacing 6 ppd. But a few things to emphasize is that there really is nothing available to replace it now, and it is essential to tire safety. Not only that, but studies have found, at least in the Bay Area, that half of the microplastics in the Bay are composed of tire particles. So it's, the timing is now. And looking at some of the alternative analysis that have come out, understanding that these are just preliminary, it's going to be a long drawn out process, but some things to highlight for you is first, this is based on the United States Tire Manufacturers alternative analysis, but some of the prioritized alternatives for further study, ignoring the quinone version, the oxidized version, there's still quite a bit of aquatic toxicity there that I think has been overlooked. I didn't really hear it mentioned. But for example, 7 ppd, according to a study by Washington, is a chemical of high concern that should be avoided. That's not the quinone version, that's just 7 ppd on its own. 77 PD was assigned a very high score of acute toxicity based on multiple fish studies, the same way that California does its toxicity. These are all the top alternatives. And the shocking thing also is that there really isn't data yet on the quinone versions. We heard some hopeful things that maybe it's just 6 ppd quinone that is extremely toxic to salmon. But just to highlight itself that we don't want to be bottlenecked by the quinone and look at the toxicity of all of these alternatives on their own. And as DTSC stated, any alternative will be pervasive in the environment. So it is important to be aware of all of these consequences moving forward. And that moves on to where we see the board's role in this. Because the State Water Board really is best equipped to manage stormwater pollution, which is the primary mode of transport for 6 ppd. When it comes to using our resources here to best deal with this pollutant, CCK believes that we don't want to spend too much time and resources reinventing the wheel. We've known about urban coho mortality for quite some time. We know it was caused by stormwater. There's been plenty of studies that have come out that show bioretention and permeable pavement are effective at managing this. And so it's great to see California coming out to reaffirm that. But when it comes to dealing with this, we'd rather see resources going to identifying the most cost-effective way of implementing those BMPs and then putting them in the ground. For us, we know that this is a problem. We know it is an issue anywhere there are cars. And so going straight to managing this this pollutant, we think is the best way to use our resources. In addition, there's a good timing right now. The State Water Board is in the process of soliciting comments to review policies for water quality control. And we highly recommend adding 6 ppd and 6 ppdq to the California Toxics Rule. As already noted in this hearing, Washington has adopted water quality criteria for 6 ppd. That's a little bit higher than EPA's screen value at 0.012 micrograms per liter. And California, we think, should really follow suit. One thing to emphasize here is that Caltrans is not the only source of this type of tire rubber pollution. Sean mentioned our Humboldt Waterkeeper had found samples. Those samples came out of parking lots from the Cal Poly Humboldt up there, not a freeway. And those samples are still well above the lethal concentrations. So while focusing on Caltrans is absolutely important, that is where most of these pollutants are concentrated. We have to be aware that tires are everywhere and that there are other things that we need to be focusing on to more holistically deal with this issue. Finally, Chair Escobar, you noted earlier in this agenda item that this type of proactive pollution management really aligns with the board's other duties and ongoing objectives regarding salmonids, and I just really wanted to emphasize that as well. 6-PPD is a coho killer, and the board is taking several important strides toward better managing the state's public trust resources in salmonids more general, including the salmon strategy and certain items in the 2024 strategic work plan. So we're very much in support of the board managing both quality and quantity of flows in order to better protect these keystone species. So thank you for the time. We're really happy to see this hearing and really urge the board to act within its capacity now to get these things in the ground, to regulate them in the way that it needs to, and to move forward with controlling this pollution.
Thank you for that. Thank you both. Really appreciate the partnership and good comments here. Yeah, it does lead me to actually, and I want to ask our folks kind of when the next time we'll see you before us. And I think maybe what might make sense, especially since we have our new CEC program, is maybe just a kind of a yearly check-in on CECs. This can be sort of one of, certainly 6-PPD and 6-PPD quinine can be what, as part of that perhaps, as opposed to just a circle back on this specific constituent. But I'll kind of leave it up to folks. But whenever makes sense, I think it'd be good to continue to circle back on this discussion. Just kind of hear what the latest is on some of the efforts, some of the mapping work for sure. And again, I think it might make sense that it's maybe just even with the new CEC program, a yearly check-in on CECs on where we're going, what we're prioritizing, and some information. So we'd just maybe ask for that. Board Member Firestone?
Sorry. Yeah, I guess I just wanted to ask staff and Caltrans if you could just highlight, we have the map, which is a good first step of where there's really high priority areas. There's great research and investment, like you said, in response to Vice Chair's question. But are there some actions, sort of near-term actions planned or changes in terms of implementation of best management practice, of some of those best management practices in those high priority areas that are new as a result of or are aligned with prioritizing these really high risk areas?
Yeah, so what we're doing right now is we're expanding the monitoring program, which is really going to inform where the priority areas need to be. At the same time, we have projects that we're in consultations with the National Marine Fisheries Service on an ongoing basis throughout the state. So in those cases, we are actually monitoring the receiving waters, trying to better understand at the project level what those impacts are. So we're generating data at the project level that's going to overall perform the programmatic approach we're going to take. So we are in that process of generating data, looking at a project level impacts, and then seeing what we can do in terms of implement in terms of stormwater treatment BMPs, because they may, in some cases, we may find that stormwater treatment BMPs are not feasible at some of these locations because we have endangered species habitat right on the roadside. Again, we have a narrow right of way and we have safety concerns. So there may be reasons we may not be able to implement treatment BMPs, but we may find that the natural environment may be attenuating 6-PPDQ as well at the same time. So a lot of that data collection effort is ongoing, and it will inform the programmatic approaches we will take. So it will take time. We don't have an answer yet, but yeah.
I guess just, is there, from our staff, are there sort of high priority areas where or a plan in terms of following up with high priority areas is to see, if what is feasible and might be needed in terms of best practices? This may not be the right group to ask that, but it's probably more on the regulatory side. or the regional board? Yeah.
I think we could, say that the map that we've been working on is just kind of getting to its final stages of being ready for us to use it to actually analyze and identify those locations. And so we're very close. And as a result of coordination for this item, we've talked about ongoing meetings with Caltrans. And so I think when we have, and they actually provided a crucial layer, their GIS person curated a specific layer that we were able to take into our map. And now we're working with another agency to get the salmon layer optimized. And so we'll plan to revisit that with them and share screens and kind of zoom in on areas where we see the high ADT overlapping with coho habitat, as well as the rainbow trout areas. And so I think the thing that's difficult with the stormwater data is that we don't have the drainage infrastructure. So when you find those areas, you have to zoom in and maybe even need to do some reconnaissance to understand where's the water being collected and where does it actually discharge to the environment. So, so it is going to be, but we're making strides, and I think we have some really good starting materials to start to identify areas of potential concern.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'm definitely interested in hearing follow-up on that. And then I just also wanted to uplift because I hadn't focused on this and we didn't talk about it much yet, but think of our stormwater permits, and, I know LA or Region 4 is looking at commercial, industrial, or not industrial, commercial facility permit, and just the issue of parking lots, I think, is a good one for us to be thoughtful around, working with our regional boards and thinking about how this new information or emerging contaminant may impact how we look at that particular permit's needs. So thanks for uplifting that from the commoners, and I look forward to. I'm really hopeful that our this team and a regulatory side can be, and regional boards can be looking at what we can do to really prioritize maybe high impact areas and things we can do, and working with our partners including working with our partners at Caltrans. Thanks.
Yeah, agree. And thank you for that, board member. Was going to ask one quick thing is just on lab capacity. If you have had any issues with labs ultimately being able to, and I don't know if the testing for 6-PPD is pretty wide amongst the state labs, but just didn't know if there was anything there worth mentioning.
For our monitoring program, we're actually using, we're doing non-targeted analysis, and 6-ppdquinone is a part of that. So it's not a targeted, but we have standards for 6-ppdquinone. And we're using a laboratory from UC Davis, University of California, Davis, and they are our partners. And we also have our sediment monitoring program where they do the toxicity test is also in UC Davis, and so those are our partners. I don't know.
Yeah, we haven't heard of any lab capacity issues in general for commercial laboratory analysis. I'm not even sure we have a good working list. I know of one laboratory that's performing the EPA method, but I think maybe that could be an action that we take, is to compile which laboratories are available and offering that service for those that are interested in pursuing monitoring.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think that might be worthwhile. Board Member McGuire.
Yeah, thank you. This has been a really good discussion, and just thinking about Coast Keeper's really good comments and input, and the kind of the water quality space outside of Caltrans and your responsibilities. I really am encouraged that the water keepers are starting some sampling now and are going to be willing to share that information. And what really struck me was some of the sampling happening at Cal Poly Humboldt, and just thinking about other facilities, to Board Member Firestone's point, parking lots, but other potential sources of stormwater discharge and where best management practices might make sense in terms of prioritizing. And we, at the Water Board, we have a number of different regulatory processes underway right now, including the small MS4 permit update process and potentially the industrial stormwater permit at some point as well. So I'm just mindful of that and these processes in different groups kind of working on different headings, but we all have the same goals in mind here. And so as much as we can dovetail some of these efforts, I'm just interested in hearing maybe later from a briefing from staff offline here a little bit more about how we can marry up some of these efforts a little bit better. Just wanted to flag that.
Yeah, I appreciate that, board member, and especially now with the dedicated CEC program, it provides us that opportunity to kind of better integrate across some of the programs for sure. So thank you. Vice Chair, please.
I think we could go on and on here. This is, just really grateful for all of the work that's been done and the good discussion that we're having here today. What strikes me is one group that we haven't heard from, and that's industry. And so, Mr. Bothwell, I was going to ask you and Mr. Phillips as well. So if you have anything to say, I'd welcome your input, but just want to get a better sense of how it's been to work with industry. I know this is a tough question, especially for the agencies, but maybe, Coast Keeper, if you have some comments. Curious about that consortia and just, how dedicated industry seems to be. And of course, I'd welcome the opportunity to just hear from them. So when we meet next, maybe inviting them to participate. But then also, as we talk about, and I appreciate Coast Keeper's comments about how this is just, be great to get it source control, but that's going to be a long process. It's going to be challenging because of all of the requirements, making sure it's effective, public safety, and all the things that need to be addressed. And so in the meantime, possibly looking at treatment and BMPs. So what is the role of industry? We're talking about big bucks here. So have there been any discussions with industry about any role it may play on mitigation?
I'll defer to DTSC about the source control side of things, because honestly, I've been mostly talking to them about the bioretention and the capture side of things. And to be perfectly honest, I'm surprised actually they didn't present today because they were super helpful both in our before the adoption hearing in 2022, helping us think through actually the legislation. The example I gave of just going over overpasses, they were the ones that actually brought up the parallel to the road thing that I hadn't even thought about. And they were also the ones that brought up things, other BMPs that might be more cost effective. And so I think, at least from where I'm sitting of like the stormwater capture side, they were really helpful on providing information to me about what is the most cost effective BMPs that they've seen out there research in Washington and things like that. So they've been helpful on that front from me, but I don't know how they've been on the source control side, so I can't speak to that.
Thanks. I'm going to call my branch manager up, Jen Jackson, to address part of that question. But I do want to say that in my role as co-lead of the ITRC, the Interstate Technology Regulatory Council, that worked on 6PPD, our team did have a lot of input from industry, and they were generally pretty helpful there. But I'll let Jen talk about the agency perspective.
Good morning, Jen Jackson from DTSC. So I would say that the U.S. Tire Manufacturers Association has been extremely collaborative with DTSC. They came to us actually asking us to regulate 6PPD in motor vehicle tires. I think probably from their perspective, it's a good way for them to have some time to find that alternative so that hopefully they won't have a regrettable substitute. So, we've been very pleased with the work that they've done, the consortium they've built. They have some 33 different tire manufacturers who are part of their consortium. So we'll continue to work with them and really appreciate that they've been so collaborative with us.
So the second part of the question was mitigation. Any voluntary efforts or other strategies that could be employed to obtain mitigation from the tire manufacturers for some of these BMPs? I think of the example that you gave on the Yuba watershed and how costly addressing that would be.
So at the end of our regulatory process, we have those regulatory responses, or I should say at the end of our alternatives analysis process, we have those regulatory responses. And depending on what alternative the tire manufacturers adopt and how quickly they can adopt it, we can require certain responses that include engineering controls, as well as research into green chemistry solutions. That one might be a bit of a hard fit for mitigation. But I think there might be some potential in there for us to look at regulatory responses that could help with mitigation in the short term.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I really appreciate the responses. And yeah, I agree that it'd be good to get the manufacturers in, and good to hear, though, that it's been a good relationship here so far. So really appreciative of that. Anything further? And just really appreciate the great dialogue and agree with all the points that have been made up here. And just thanks again for this incredible work. Looking forward to hearing further updates. And yeah, timing wise, whatever makes sense, you know, I'll leave it to you all on when best to kind of circle back and update on where things are going. All right. Thank you so much. Really appreciative. That wraps then this informational item. And let's go ahead and give ourselves a 10-minute break just as we transition then to our next item, which is a celebration of the 50th anniversary of the Safe Drinking Water Act. And so actually want to really thank our executive director for getting cupcakes and coffee, which are over here on the side of the room. There's no celebration that we can have without cupcakes. And so please do help yourselves to that. We'll be back here in 10 minutes and kick off our celebration of the 50th anniversary of the Safe Drinking Water Act. Really appreciate all the work that's gone into that. So we'll be coming back here at 11:18. Thanks, everyone. All right, everyone, we're at 11:21. We can go ahead and bring ourselves back here after the break. Appreciate everyone. And really excited for this item. 50th anniversary here. We'll be celebrating on December 16th of the Safe Drinking Water Act. And this informational item is to pass a resolution, recognize it, and commemorate the day, December 16th, here as Safe Drinking Water Day. So I'll hand things over to Darren Polhamus, our Deputy Director for the Division of Drinking Water. Good to see you, Darren.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Esquivel. Darren Polhamus, Deputy Director for Division of Drinking Water. And I think first we'd like to start with Mr. Richard Stapler, who's here representing Senator Laird and our legislative resolution. So if he'd like to come up, we'd appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Stapler. Appreciate you being here on behalf of Senator Laird. The unveiling of the resolution.
Get to that in just a second. So good morning, and thank you, Chair Esquivel and members. Really appreciate the opportunity to be here. Again, my name is Richard Stapler. I'm Chief of Staff for State Senator John Laird. Unfortunately, John has a number of conflicts in the district today, so I am here to honor the 50th anniversary of the signing of the Safe Drinking Water Act. You know, this act was ushered in an era when they were dumping toxic chemicals into the sewers, into our rivers and streams, and our rivers were dead and they were lighting on fire. But this was also the same time when a young John Laird was a congressional staffer in Washington, D.C. And these sorts of things were informing his view on what he needed to do through the rest of his career. And that urgency, that need, has really sort of powered him for the last several decades. And, you know, we could spend the rest of the day here and we could list down all of the different things, all of the different actions that he's taken around drinking water and safe water, environmental issues, but we don't have that kind of time. I think many of you are very familiar with his work in this area. I will touch on very quickly, we've done two pieces of legislation in the last couple of years, both SB 1188, interestingly, having to do with small water districts, ensuring that they have the tools that are needed to ensure that people are getting safe, clean drinking water in different areas. Some are district informed, some are more statewide informed. We really appreciate working with your staff on this. So with that, I'll just say, you know, thank you. I know for myself personally and professionally, and for the senator and our team, we really appreciate working with the water boards. And so it was our great honor to be able to do this resolution honoring the 50th anniversary of the Safe Drinking Water Act. So again, thank you very much. Appreciate the time, appreciate being here, and appreciate all the work that you do. So thank you very much.
Thank you as well. Really appreciate your leadership, Mr. Stapler and Senator Laird. It's been great to have the partnership and continue to focus here 50 years on. We have a lot to be proud of. A lot of progress has been made in access to safe drinking water, but we know there's still inequities. And as we heard just at our last item, when it comes to contaminants of emerging concern, a lot of threats still yet out there to be thinking of into the future. And so it's a great moment to commemorate it. I really appreciate your leadership and work in all of this.
And appreciate yours. And as I told Candace a little bit earlier in regard to the earlier presentation, if you need legislation, you know where to call. So thank you very much.
Really appreciate that partnership. Thank you so much.
So thank you for that, and we're real appreciative of that recognition. What we'd like to do here is also present a little program for us and present the board with its own opportunity to pass a resolution celebrating the Safe Drinking Water Act. This is the federal act, which was followed shortly by the state act, of course. And I think it's important for us at times to just pause for a moment. I know we're always before you presenting the next crisis, the next policy. It seems like we're always working through the details and are we ever making progress? But I take a moment like this, you look back and you see exactly how much we have done. It's pretty phenomenal when you span the cross of it and see that we really do make a huge difference, and the work of those before us and those of us here and those of us in the future will be pretty key. So with that, let's get going on our little program here. Next slide, please. So we'll have quick presentations from 4 of us. I'll be joined by Robert Brownwood, we like to think of as our drinking water historian, looking really deep into the past of where we came from before the Safe Drinking Water Act was even contemplated, because a ton of work was done in that around drinking water, and we feel like we should recognize that. Kurt Souza will join us remotely from his office in Carpinteria, and hopefully he's on here soon, but he'll cover kind of from the Safe Drinking Water Act implementation through and what it really meant as far as changes directly for our work. Christine will talk a little bit about what we put forward on a web page and what kind of nuggets are hidden there for us to look at in the future. And then I'll do a little future casting at the very end. So next slide, please. This is kind of an agenda of what we'll cover a little bit today, and you can see I've covered some of that already. So next slide, please. And I think it's important at this point to really recognize that this isn't just us. This is a huge community of water professionals spanning all types of vocations and inputs, and really serving the public in many different levels. So thanks to all of these people listed here, and the ones that probably don't think they're included, but they are. The public, they're the ones that pay for this and help us keep going, and the ones we serve. So definitely a thanks to them. Next slide, please. I just wanted to take a quick moment to really emphasize something here. It occurred to me that I was talking to my kids the other day, and they don't know life before the internet, but I do. In fact, I even know life back when you had rotary phones, and we were talking about actually how you used to dial on them. But I can say that nobody in this room experienced life before water systems were pervasive and around, right? So it's become such a background thing that we often take it completely for granted. It's almost as if it's the ground we walk on and just everywhere. But that took a lot of work to accomplish and a lot of time. And I think some of the history we'll talk about here will really highlight that for us and kind of bring that forward. But it really is an underpinning of society. I was lucky enough to be in Italy here recently this summer on vacation, and the Romans really established waterworks that made their civilization possible. So we go back thousands of years as human species to really understand this and bring it forward. So it goes a long, long time, and it is part of our kind of being human and having safe drinking water around. That's super important. Next slide. And this is where our historian will kick in a little bit here. So take it away, Bob. Thanks, Darren. Robert Brownwood with the Division of Drinking Water. And we wouldn't even be having this day if it wasn't for Christine. So a lot of acknowledgement for all her hard work.
Here.
Thank you for going back to the Romans, so I don't have to go that far back. Speaking of contaminants of emerging concern, it was after the cholera years of the mid 1800s, or the end of the 1800s, that typhoid was the emerging contaminant at the time. And it was decimating lots of populations, and it was moving fast along with cholera, because as you see that picture up there, the main modes of transportation were ships and rails for a lot of people, and they would carry with them cholera, but typhoid a lot too, and they'd bring the disease to wherever they would visit. Next slide, please. And this shows, back in the late 1800s, early 1900s, 48
up to 50 people per 100,000 were dying from typhoid. And that was just dying. That was not getting sick. So multiply that by 10 about illnesses is kind of what they estimated. And early on, Darren would appreciate this. Vital statistics came around, and he loves data and using data to provide information. Vital statistics were important because it showed illnesses and deaths, and associated with each of those deaths was loss of revenue for a state through taxes and through what have you. And the illnesses were a direct impact on the economy. And so these vital statistics were used to justify regulations that came into being, and as well as to justify programs that states lost $200,000 back in the 1900s to typhoid. We could spend some money to create a drinking water program to protect public health. And so that's kind of what was used. Next slide, please. So going back to that period of time, as Mr. Stabler was just talking about Senator Laird and how he was informed through his early days as a aide clerk. This Professor Hyde, or Charles Gilman Hyde, he was born in the 1870s, 1876, I believe, and he was one of 9. He was the youngest of 9, and his 5 older siblings all passed away during the cholera years. So whether he was informed to go into sanitary engineering as a result of his siblings being lost, don't know. It's all speculation. But he was a graduate of MIT, and in the early days, after he graduated from MIT with a degree in sanitary engineering, he moved on to the Massachusetts Board of Public Health and was involved in them. And then he went to Philadelphia to work with the Philadelphia Water Department to help develop their water system. And in the early days, and Kurt will probably bring this up later, and when we talk about the operator certification, it was engineers who ran water systems and wastewater facilities and designed them and built them and operated them until the OpCert regs came into place, and we had operators who can do that. And then Professor Hyde, or Charles Hyde, was asked by Cal Berkeley to come to California and start the sanitary engineering program at UC Berkeley. So he came out and started that program. Next slide, please. And the Bureau of Sanitary Engineering started in 1915, and that was our predecessor, the Division of Drinking Water, and we went through quite a few name changes. But before that, California in the 1870s, they created the State Health Board. So we talk about the water board, there was a public health board, and part of their responsibilities was they're given powers to conduct sanitary investigations and advise on matters of location and construction of sewer works. So, your predecessors dealing with water and sewer was the health board, and they would go out and look at wastewater facilities and make decisions on those. Another act that was promulgated before the Division of Drinking Water, the Bureau of Sanitary Engineering, was created. The California legislature passed an act to prevent the distribution of polluted water. And that was granted the powers to the State Water Board. And what that meant, didn't really know at the time. It was just no polluted water to be distributed. And the act also required sanitary surveys. So we talk about one of our main functions in Division of Drinking Water is performance of sanitary surveys of all our public water systems. And that was part of the powers granted back then in 1913. And they were responsible for all potable water facilities and for issuing permits back then. And they had a single engineer inspector to look at all the public water systems and wastewater systems at the time. Next slide, please. So we talk about, typhoid and cholera is in the way past, but typhoid was still around in the early 1900s, and that was what they were targeting in the drinking water fields. And see that slide shows about chlorination. But there was also other regulations that were created for drinking water. And the first one was in 1914, and it was issued by the U.S. Treasury Department, and it was only for the common carriers, ships and trains, carrying large concentrations of people. And even at that time, they realized these carriers are getting their water from municipal supplies, from cities, from towns and what have you. And so the town itself didn't have a regulation, but they would look at, again, sanitary surveys of the water supply, making sure the water was healthy, and that there was it was aesthetically pleasing, that it wasn't something you wouldn't want to drink. And we talk about that a lot between the primary standard and the secondary standards. So aesthetically pleasing. Is the water pleasant to look at? Does it smell good? Does it taste good? Great, we're going to use it. And then so B. coli, which is E. coli, was the first standard issued, and it was for common carriers. The second standard issued was in 1925, same B. coli standard, same application to the common carriers, and we added lead, copper, and zinc at the time. And aesthetics, again, sanitary surveys and aesthetics was still a very real requirement. Even though there's no standards for it, it's just that was a requirement, that you're going to make sure the water is pure, wholesome, and potable. And then met the B. coli standard as well as lead, copper, and zinc. And then back in the third drinking water standard came out in 1943, same constituents, same target audience, which was carriers, common carriers, not the public water systems. And they added fluoride, arsenic, and selenium at the time. Now they mentioned barium, chrome-6, phenols, and heavy metals, but it was just mentioned. There was no standard. It was the new standards in 1943 were fluoride, arsenic, and selenium. And then the fourth drinking water standards that came out before the Safe Drinking Water Act were in April 1962. And that's where the shift began from the carriers to public water systems. So 1962, this drinking water standards shifted to public water systems. It had to meet these the old standards as well as these new ones. And the new standards added cyanide, manganese, nitrate, silver, and radioactivity. Next slide, please. And so this is the directors, which sitting next to us is Darren, is currently the director in place. And goes back to the beginning, 1918, with Chester Gillespie. And you notice that we've had 14 directors, and we had the first Asian American was Gary Yamamoto, and Leah Walker, the first female director. And just as we shift over to hand it off to Kurt and the current or the 50-year celebration, Chester Gillespie, in a report to the legislature in 1935, 1936, there were biannual reports back then, and he said that one of his goals was to raise the sanitary consciousness of the public. In less than a generation from when that was his goal, we had the Safe Drinking Water Act. So with that, I will hand it over. Is Kurt on? There he is. All right, Kurt.
Hello. Hello, everyone.
Good to see you.
Thank you. So you can hear me fine, I guess.
We can. Thank you.
Thanks. So the next slide. And as Bob went through, I mean, here's a picture of the Federal Safe Drinking Water Act, President Ford signing. And today we celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Safe Drinking Water Act, which is a major contributor to public health and safety for all citizens of the U.S. And clean drinking water is a cornerstone of public health. So a big day for us. So two interesting facts. One is Bob Brownwood and I started this job on the same day in 1989, which is very interesting, and we're still here today. The second fact is I met my wife when I started as a permanent staff member with the Division of Drinking Water in 1990. We were married in 1994, and I realized that Stephanie's birthday is the same as Safe Drinking Water Act, December 16th. I obviously married the right woman, as we're still married today, 31 years and 3 great kids later. Next slide, please. These are the 5 decades of the Safe Drinking Water Act, and I'm going to go through each one of them separately. Next slide. Starting in 1970, when the EPA was created, and then in 1974, when the Safe Drinking Water Act was adopted, and California adopted a similar framework for the California version of the Safe Drinking Water Act in 1976. The development of national regulations to protect safe drinking water to all consumers, no matter where you lived, began with the Safe Drinking Water Act. Providing these national regulations, which required large and smaller communities to comply, was a large leap forward to the small and rural communities. Previously, most of the focus of safe drinking water was with larger communities. The Safe Drinking Water Act brought more frequent monitoring requirements, which focused on industrial pollutants, pesticides, inorganics, and coliform bacteria. The monitoring requirements also required laboratories to improve techniques, and more labs began to be available to the water systems. In 1986, California passed the first lead ban, which banned lead pipe and water systems and lowered the allowable limit for lead in soldering flux. Next slide. In the 1990s, focus of emerging contaminants began. Various chemical monitoring increased with additional regulations. But the biggest, more comprehensive regs were the new total coliform rule, the surface water treatment rule, and the lead and copper rule. When I started as a student back in 1989, same day as Bob, I was tasked with visiting surface water systems that did not filter to inspect and test their monitoring equipment. I didn't realize at the time so many places and large cities use surface water with only chlorination. The surface water treatment rule changed all that. Over the next several years, I worked with various water systems to construct and improve many plants on the Central Coast that still operate today. Starting in the early 1990s was also the beginning of improved or advanced technology that assisted water systems to provide the necessary treatment to comply with various regulations and enhance the public safety of water. Also, with the new technology comes the necessity of highly trained operators. The operator certification program provides a license for operators and requires continued education. At the end of this decade, the State Revolving Fund began, which continues to assist water system improvements with grants and loans today. The requirements for capacity development were also part of the State Revolving Fund, which requires managerial, technical, and financial stability for water systems into the future. Next slide. The next 2 decades brought us enhancements of existing regulations of the disinfection byproduct rule, enhancements of the surface water treatment rule, and the lead and copper rule. But also in this decade, groundwater protection began with a specific groundwater rule and also various chemicals mainly found in groundwater that were starting to be regulated. DDW also started to explore security with water systems during our sanitary survey visits to protect water systems for potential terrorist attacks and other safety issues. Next slide. The next decade brought us better tools to protect disadvantaged communities. The human right to water is a landmark law which creates drinking water as a fundamental right. The authority to require consolidation of smaller systems to larger systems was in this decade. Also, the Division of Drinking Water was transferred from the California Department of Public Health to the State Water Resources Control Board, along with the Environmental Laboratory Accreditation Program, or ELAP program. SGMA was also born during this time period to ensure water quantity and quality for decades to come. And also, the lead plumbing standards were adopted. School lead testing was conducted, where we tested over 8,500 schools, and child care lead testing regulations were written, which are being sampled today, and we're moving towards getting 10,000 child care centers tested. Next slide. And finally, to the present, where microplastics and perfluorinated compounds consume a lot of our time. DDW completed the direct potable reuse regulations recently, advancing the laboratory standards. During COVID, the Division of Drinking Water paused some of our regulation work and provided millions of dollars to water systems to pay customer water bills. Next slide. In researching this event, we found an abundance of remarkable achievements, too numerous to list in their entirety. However, we have listed a small selection that we believe captures the breadth and significance of our work in California. The Division of Drinking Water, with our county partners, regulate 7,300 public water systems. California also regulates 25 state maximum contaminant levels, which are lower than the federal maximum contaminant level. And we have also adopted 14 state-specific MCLs, most recently Chrome 6. DDW has come a long way from 3 staff in 1914 to 350 staff today. As some of you may know, I will be retiring at the end of the year. It's been a pleasure to work with all of the drinking water staff and drinking water systems over the past 35 years. I believe our work has made a difference in public health of our citizens, and DDW continues to strive to achieve 100% safe drinking water access for everyone statewide. Now, moving to the future, I'll pass this along to our current Deputy Director, Darren Polinas.
Thanks, Kurt. Next slide, please. So we just wanted to emphasize that we're not sticking the flag in the ground and saying we're done and going home. Of course, we have a lot of work to do, and there's a lot on our plate moving forward. I think a real key thing to think about the Safe Drinking Water Act is that it's anticipatory and change-based, right? It's set up so that we continue to work forward going forward. It wasn't a dictum that we set a point in time and stayed there. A lot of people forget that. I know that creates frustration for many that work with us, and the costs on the public and the water systems that they face and the new rules that are always changing. But that's by design, because we learn more all the time and we continue to strive in that direction. So that work will definitely continue. And these are many of the things we're going to continue to work on here on this slide as we go forward. And next slide, please. Turning it over to Christine to talk about what we put up on the website.
So I have the hardest part, one slide. So I'm here to announce the release of a website that an internal work group within the Water Board helped curate content for, and we're really excited. We hope that everybody visits it. It has some heartfelt testimonies and statements from you all, the board, so everyone can read some of the statements that you all have, some inspiring videos from a lot of our water partners in the industry. We have a brief timeline of the history of California's drinking water journey, and then some short stories that our Office of Public Affairs has curated for us for everyone to read about, and some links for some kids and teachers to learn more about water. So with that, next slide.
Yep, we want to wish the Safe Drinking Water Act happy 50th birthday. We do have a resolution for the board to consider. I'm not going to read the whole thing. I did want to highlight a couple points in it, though. If you look at whereas number 5, and I should point out that this is a change sheet version that we edited to make it a little cleaner. So whoever gets to move, definitely notice that. You know, the State Water Board is the primacy agency for California, and whereas number 5 points out that, you know, we are implementing the Safe Drinking Water Act in California for the federal government and under US EPA's primacy agreements. Whereas number 6 really points out that we take it seriously, and we often have more stringent regulations and health limits that we set in California. We are a leader for the nation, proudly to say. When I talk to other states, they follow a lot of what we do, and we're really nice, have the benefit of being a large enough state and well enough resourced with both people and funding to be able to do that for the nation. I'll point out whereas number 8, where we reconfirm our commitment to clean, safe, affordable drinking water to all its residents, and recognize the human right to water as our guiding principle in our regulatory framework. That fit in so nicely when drinking water came over. Whereas number 14 does mention as well, you know, the consolidation of drinking water quality, water rights, and putting them all together. I think that's been a huge benefit for both the drinking water program and the other board programs as well. Whereas number 15 as well talks about our SAFER program, which we're pretty proud of here recently, and how we've taken that next step. And I can also say that that has had national impact. When I first was at our national meetings of the drinking water administrators and said the word consolidation, it came across as a 4-letter word, and they all now mutter it as if it's just part of the vernacular, and are also contemplating how that means going forward and how to move forward. So we've really also established that, and other states have also done their version of needs assessments and overlooking their water systems with grading systems. So that's been a pleasure to see as well. Whereas number 17 is always a bit important for me to remind people about, that while the Safe Drinking Water Act was amended by Congress in 1996 to modify the way they set MCLs to be driven by economic benefits, California's Safe Drinking Water Act did not make that change. And so we are still both trying to find as close to the public health goal as possible while being economically and technically feasible, as our statute says. And that is a distinction which you saw in the 25 MCLs that are more protective and the 14 that don't exist federally. And finally, I'll mention whereas number 21, where we are the first jurisdiction worldwide to define and establish methods for microplastic testing. Again, another landmark. We did that. That's pretty much a worldwide accomplishment that we're really proud of, and working hard to move that forward. And with that, I'll just close with pointing out the therefore number 2, where we reestablish our commitment to continue going forward. And with a final thanks to Christine and all her helpers that put this together. So appreciative of being able to take the moment in time to do that. And back to you, Chair Esquivel.
Thank you. Echo the huge thanks to Christine for all the work in gathering the videos and creating a site to be able to really have a central focus here on the 50th anniversary and 50th birthday, ultimately, of the Safe Drinking Water Act. And just thanks to the entire team that I know to pull this item together, and to the work that Division of Drinking Water does day in, day out. And to your point, Mr. Polhamus, the entire water sector, ultimately, in the state. There are so many folks out there day in, day out that are working to ensure the protection of public health, to ensure access to clean and safe drinking water. And it's been amazing just to see to your point, the progress, say, over just even the last 10 years since the Division of Drinking Water is transferred over to the state board. And it has fundamentally changed us as an institution, I feel. There's something that really being part of being protective of public health in people's homes, basically, protecting water at their tap, changes. I feel the perspective and work that we're doing, and to your point, complements well the water quality work, the Water Rights Administration, our funding programs, in a way that helps us try to see across all of those and try to get to true source protection and continue to ensure that we continue to make progress on access, knowing that there's still inequities within the state. And so just incredibly proud to be part of, my small part amongst all this, but importantly to be part of a sector here that continues to innovate, continues to evolve, continues to ensure that we're using the best technologies and information to protect public health here in a way that is easy to really take for granted, to your point. I know I myself, being the generation that I am, have never known a world here without the Safe Drinking Water Act. And so here, 50 years on from all of that progress, is just an incredible opportunity to just recommit ourselves to what it will take to continue to maintain that access and continue to expand it. So huge thanks for all the great work that's gone into this, and looking to my fellow board colleagues if they have here a comment and would like to say further. Board Member Morgan.
Huge thank you to you all, and special thank you to Christine for setting up the website and working to get that going. That is just, it's huge, and definitely going to be sending out that link to many to go and explore, and especially those that work with children in classrooms and teachers that I know. So thank you so much for doing that. The presentation was just great. It's like a walk down memory lane, and just so many things that has happened over the last several decades. And, it really is just an honor to be here today to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Safe Drinking Water Act. It's hard to imagine that just 50 years ago, the Federal Act didn't exist. While we've come a long way ensuring that all Californians have access to clean and safe drinking water, we still have a ways to go, as was, acknowledged. According to, of course, you guys I'm going to bring this up. According to a 2007 poll by the British Medical Journal, the introduction of clean water sewage disposal, known as the sanitary revolution, is the greatest medical advancement of the last 150 years, So it's huge. Safe drinking water and sanitation are necessary. And you saw the graph of just how health is impacted by having this essential need. Clean water is needed. This has been one of my guiding principles throughout my career, with the ability to give back through my work in the area of water, and and my commitment to continue learning. As Darren said, and it's been brought up, it's ever evolving. It's not just, hey, we've done this, we're done. Water continues to evolve. We have to continue to learn. We have to continue to adjust and, continue to do better. Today, there's still far too many in California without access to clean, safe, and affordable drinking water. And I'm just so honored to be part of an agency working to correct this inequity and fundamental human right. So thank you guys so much.
You're here. Thank you, Board Member. Vice Chair.
Well, I cannot improve upon that. That's really well said. I think we all want to speak, and so I'll just jump in to say how amazing it is to be involved in any way possible, even in a small way. And we can all, this is just inspirational for all of us, and for those watching on the web and everyone here in the room. Just think about what you have done to make a difference. And I appreciate you bringing this before us, because it gives us a chance to pause, to consider what our role has been and what more we can do. So thank you for that. Happy birthday. And at the conclusion, I'm expecting, Darren, that the three of you will be singing happy birthday.
I doubled that request. Thank you, Vice Chair.
He's sweating.
Maybe Vice Chair Diadama will join you in that.
Yeah, you don't want me singing. I'm sure of that.
I don't think there's a whole lot more I can add here. Indeed, happy birthday. And as someone who's worked in safe drinking water for public agencies in various capacities, as an engineer and a consultant, and now as a regulator, there's really nothing that has been more satisfying in my career than helping to meet this lofty goal of making sure that everyone does have safe drinking water. And we couldn't have done it, and we wouldn't be here without the federal government stepping up 50 years ago to help move this forward in a positive direction. And I am so proud of California being a leader and taking that and saying, yes, and we can do more, and we can do better, and we can ensure we can meet even loftier standards that are more protective of public health. And we'll continue to do that. I hope we continue to do that. And certainly as long as I'm sitting here, I'm going to support those efforts. And so I just want to take this opportunity. It's not in the resolution, but it's something that weighs on me when I think about safe drinking water and all the work that we've done, the investments, billions of dollars of investments in public water systems to help ensure that we're meeting all of those standards that go above and beyond. And yet recognizing that there's still many communities that don't have that water yet, and we're working with many of them to try and realize that. But even for those that do, I think there's been a growing challenge that we face in our state, and I think globally, in terms of trusting drinking water as a source to be relied on. And, I think the Flint and the challenges that we've seen there and other water systems that have struggled at times with safe drinking water, but have made investments since that time in reinvigorating the system, making those infrastructure investments to bring it back up to standards. You know, and I think there's communities that I've seen in Southern California, in the San Joaquin Valley, and other places, frankly, even in our community here, that even though I think many areas do have water systems that have made those investments and are committed to ensuring reliable drinking water supplies, there's folks who don't have confidence that the water that comes out of the tap is safe. And that's something that just really weighs on me. It's something that I don't have an answer to. And I don't think that rests solely with the State Water Board or even any individual public agency, and I don't even hold it against any individual for feeling that way. But it's something that I think, as I'm thinking about the fact that we've come so far in the past 50 years, we still have a long ways to go. And part of that conversation should be, how do we communicate? How do we build confidence? How do we educate? To Board Member Morgan's point about sharing the website and educating our youth and our schools about how they should feel and can feel about confidence in drinking water. And it's going to be challenging, right? Because on the flip side, there's still those communities that don't, they need to be aware that there are issues with their drinking water system. And so I'm struggling with where do we go from here? And so I welcome input as we go forward, thinking about those next 50 years, what that means and how we can help ensure that 50 years from now, we're sitting here and everyone's confident that the water that comes out of their tap is safe. You can rely on it on a daily basis for drinking water and for any other purpose. So, and again, I had thought about maybe some changes to the resolution to emphasize that point. I don't think we need that here today, at least not in my view. I just wanted to share some of those thoughts and something that I've been thinking about over the last few years of being a board member, and I will continue to as I move forward here. But thank you very much for all your work.
You're here. Thank you, board member. Great comments, and very much agree that trust is a critical aspect of what we need to be in mind of in all of this. And so thank you for that. Board member Firestone.
Thanks. So I'll just add my thank you and celebration. I think it's something I'm not very good at and is so important to do is to, as you all said, take a breath and reflect on how far we've come and all the achievements and work to date. And it's so important to do that at these big milestones. This is a huge milestone. I am going to resist my usual thinking about all the things we have ahead of us, and really lean into celebrating how far we've come and all the work that has been done and continues to be done every single day by, the agency that we're all a part of here in terms of setting that those expectations and laws that apply to water systems, no matter what neighborhood you live in, and every community has to meet those same levels. And the number of lives and public health that has impacted. And as some of the slides highlighted, not just individual health, but also community health and their ability to thrive, have fire protection, have the ability to build housing and economic development and community, really all the parts of our lives. And so I just want to thank you all and uplift that. And also, as the chair said, really the folks doing the hard work day to day are the implementers on the ground in the water systems every day that are working hard and have built up their expertise to be able to safeguard and continue to operate the water systems that we all rely on. And I did, with the slide, I was waiting for the balloon drop. I was like, but thank you all. And I don't know if anyone else wanted to make the or if there are public comments. Okay.
Yeah, we have one commenter, and just appreciate all those great comments here from fellow board members. And what came to mind as well is just the role of regulation. I think that, oftentimes regulations and regulatory work doesn't necessarily get celebrated, and this is definitely a celebration of the creation of your regulatory standards and assessment and work and monitoring, and ultimately protection of public health that we can't achieve without this cooperation from the federal, state to local level. And so the ability to regulate and regulate well and regulate mindfully definitely comes to mind. And again, wouldn't necessarily have these successes, didn't have them prior to the passage, and was necessary then for the passage of this, of the Safe Drinking Water Act to bring this uniformity, to bring this public protection ultimately, and the importance of continuing to do that well. To the point that Board Member McGuire made, in order to continue to promote that trust. So folks know that there are professionals out there that are keeping an eye on emerging contaminants, are continuing to reassess vulnerabilities and new technologies, and ultimately looking to meet a huge mission that we're not, as we all acknowledge, there yet. And so just want to acknowledge the important role that the regulatory work takes, and again, the credit that is due across there. And one other point that did come to mind is just on workforce. It's taken a lot of folks, whole careers here, to get us to where we are. And we're in a moment where 40% of the water sector is set to retire here in the next 10 years. And so there is a real need to connect to people and to connect to the opportunities that the water sector provides, and bring in those fresh new minds that will take us the next 50 years here into the future, and make sure that there's that handoff of the value and the experience of folks in the sector. So just really appreciate, again, the opportunity to acknowledge and to reflect on all of this space and work. We do have one commenter, and I would like to welcome up Evelyn Wendell. And thank you for your work in promoting trust in the TAP. And
Thank
just
you.
great to have you and great to see you here.
Thank you. It's such an honor to be here. I wish all Californians were here today to watch this. That's a shame. So I'm going to read something. So my name is Evelyn Wendell, and I founded WeTap.org about 15 years ago to focus on improving access to drinking water through the public drinking fountain to reduce waste and improve public health. I learned very quickly that we need to improve overall appreciation of our drinking water to raise the love and gratitude for what you all do to protect our precious drinking water for everyone here in California. This is also why we initiated Tap Water Day, which is now a state resolution. Sharing data that matters is what we really need to hyper-focus on, I believe, among continuing to engage communities and coordinate with public agencies and civic institutions. We developed the WeTap app that maps public fountains and provides data sharing options. We plan to customize the app with water utilities and prep for the upcoming Olympics. I'm optimistic that we can outshine Paris. 2024 is our goal to increase legacy access to drinking fountains, and we are well underway. I also chair the Safe to Drink work group for the California Monitoring Council. In addition to its mandate to coordinate state agencies, stakeholders, communities to develop more effective monitoring programs and improve public access to water quality information, this website, as you know, is the only website for the state that's really focused on communicating and sharing the accurate perspective and information about our public drinking water. We have a lot to do and prep for the Olympics, which will put California even more front and center in the world. Our excellence will be on full display, and we do have golden opportunities now. I look forward to continuing to support your work and improve the transparency and information sharing opportunities we have now. Looking forward to seeing the Safe Drinking Water Act website go live. Thank you so much, Christine, and everyone. Thank you for this positive communication step. I believe we are 98% successful rate in California. Because because of the Safe Drinking Water Act and because of your good work. And yet the public doesn't trust the tap, which really is really sad and a travesty. So onwards and only upwards, right? That's it. So thank you very much.
Here, here. Thank you, Ms. Wendell. Really appreciate your continued work and leadership in this entire space and continuing to connect folks to ultimately the value of tap water and reminding everyone of just all the effort that's expended financially, man hours, everything that to ensure that source is safe. So thank you. Really, your work is really acknowledged and appreciated. So much appreciated. Anything further from fellow board members? Any last closing thoughts? And if not, thank you again. Congratulations. It's been good to be able to acknowledge here and have a moment to celebrate. And then, yeah, we're ready for a motion.
I'll move to adopt the resolution with the change sheet.
I'll second.
Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call roll call vote?
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
And Chair Escobar.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The resolution is adopted. And again, congratulations. Celebration, everyone.
Thank you. I think applause are more appropriate. There's a reason I entered engineering and not entertainment, so no singing. But we are going to run over and eat some of Eric's cupcakes. That's very nice.
Yes,
so
please,
thank you.
please do eat more cupcakes here and look forward. I know there will be a celebration in DC on December 16th on the day of the signing. So from here to then, we'll just continue to celebrate and mark and ensure we give thanks to the incredible work that's been done. So thank you all. Really appreciate it. Okay, that wraps up item number, let me see what item we were at. Item number 5, and brings us to item number 6, which is our board member reports. Are there any members that would like to start us off with a report? As I quickly pull up my calendar myself.
I do not have anything in the report.
Board member?
Same.
Thank you.
A report from me.
Thank you. No reports all around. And I think that may include myself here. Yes, all right. No board member reports. Thank you. That was an easy board member report item. Which brings us to item number 7, which is our executive director's report.
And I don't have anything to highlight in that report, but do know we have a commenter.
Yeah, I just have to thank you for the cupcakes again, Executive Director Oppenheimer. And we do have one commenter on our executive director's report. And so I would like to call up Jared Voskuhl.
Hi, good afternoon. Jared Voskuhl on behalf of CASA, the California Association of Sanitation Agencies. CASA represents over 135 wastewater agencies that engage in the collection, treatment, recycling, and resource recovery of wastewater. I wanted to make a brief comment on the executive report. I had noticed in the December 4th, 2024 report that it had mentioned the independent review that had been conducted in collaboration with SWRCB and overseen by the National Water Research Institute. In the executive director report, it flagged, quote, the panel found the model is fundamentally sound and accurately captures the physical and biogeochemical processes associated with ocean acidification and hypoxia in the Pacific Ocean off the Southern California coast. The state board intends to use the model as one source of evidence to determine whether segments of the ocean attain water quality standards. And so I kind of wanted to go into that just for some clarification. On the slides I submitted, I thought this might be the easiest way to do it. Next slide. That, reference to the model being fundamentally sound, it comes from the executive summary here. And here it says the panel members agree in its current form, the model is capturing fundamental physical and biogeochemical processes in the bite that are associated with ocean acidification hypoxia. And then it says the modeling system's been validated, gone through rigorous scientific peer review, and it can be used to address basic management questions about whether nutrient loads from treated wastewater discharges have impact to the marine environment and what the large scale and first order impacts are. As is the case with all modeling systems, the system has limitations and does not capture all details of the processes related to treated wastewater discharges. The panel recommends exercising caution when using the model to pinpoint exactly how and where such discharges have affected the marine ecosystem. And the panel provides recommendations for additional model analyses to address more detailed questions. So I think on the next slide, I want to highlight a few key words in there. The first is the contrast between the first paragraph and second paragraph of basic and detailed questions that are being identified. And then this next piece on the large scale and first order impacts. There was some ambiguity, in this. What are first order impacts? So we had to send questions in after the report came out, trying to seek clarification. And this is what we got back in response on the next slide. And I'm going to, reach out and reconfirm this with NWRI, but I have it in an email from them. So, I want to confirm this is right. But a first order impact is the whole bite. A second order impact differentiates what's through the whole bite in natural contributions versus what's anthropogenic from wastewater and rivers. And so when it says the model's fundamentally capable of those first order impacts, it's just looking at the whole ecosystem, but it doesn't say it has that confidence to address the second order impacts at this point. And so the report goes out and lays out what needs to be done to get that confidence in that second order impact. But I think that's important, this distinction, for a subset of people, words really matter. And that first order qualifier really matters. And so in terms of the board saying the report came out, it's fundamentally sound, we're ready to use it probably in the context of integrated reporting and lines of evidence, I think we might need to tease this out a little bit more just to make sure we get it to that point where it is there. And my sense and understanding is that the project steering committee and NWRI are working over the next year to get a strategic plan and to implement all the additional analyses that were recommended and any kind of model updates so we can get more insight on that. But I thought it was important to flag it on this item. I don't think it's customary to do comments on reports on the executive director here, but kind of reading it, I thought like this is something we should kind of flag and clarify for the sake of as the board's making its planning long-term. So I'm happy to ask questions, but otherwise just wanted to provide the input, and I appreciate the time and opportunity.
Appreciate the input, Mr. Voskuil. Just seeing if there's any comment from Mr. Bishop or others.
I'll just briefly comment that, well, one, and thank you, Mr. Voskuil. It's always good to, critique and understand the limitations of models. And it, always reminds me of that overused quote, all models are wrong, some models are useful. But I did want to just mention that there's a link in the executive director's report to a press release that was issued by SWRCB. And, I think the executive director's report kind of tees off that. There's actually a quote in the report that says, the independent review panel found that the tools are built on fundamentally sound science and are ready to be used to study the influence of treated wastewater discharges on coastal ecological health. That's directly from the SWRCB press release. It goes on to say that the panel's recommended some specific actions to increase community confidence and acceptance of the tools, including quantifying uncertainty and making the modeling outputs and other work more accessible to a broad range of community users. And so, look forward to exploring this more, but did want to just respond that way. I don't know if Mr. Bishop has anything he'd like to add.
No, I think that you covered it. I don't think we need to debate the validity of a model at our board meeting at this point. We've put a lot of effort into looking at this. We've done a lot of work with the community and with Jared and others on this modeling effort. And so I'll leave it at that.
I appreciate that and look forward to it. I know will be further work in that whole space. So just thank you. Anything from board members on the executive director's report? Okay, hearing none, that brings us to the end of our board meeting. But we will actually go into closed session. We will just be in closed session on the Title VI complaint, not on any of the other items. And we will be up in 2510. And otherwise, and so we'll get closed out after closed session here and adjourned. And our next board meeting will actually take place on Wednesday, December 18th, and will not be held here in the Cali PA building in Sacramento. We will be at the boardroom of the Central Valley Regional Water Board in Rancho Cordova. When we notice the meeting, it'll definitely have the address, and so folks will know where to journey, but it will be at the Central Valley Regional Boardroom in Rancho Cordova. Anything else, Mr. Loffer?
Two quick items. First of all, we've been upgraded for our conference room, so we're in 2540, which will be more comfortable for the board members. And do you want to designate a time for when staff should convene with closed session?
Thank you for that. Let's go ahead and 1:15, we'll say. Give us almost an hour for lunch, if that works for folks.
So 1:15 in conference room 2540.
Sounds great. Thanks. Thank you, everyone, and we will see you at our next board meeting. We do have a workshop next week on the 12th for those of you tracking on the Bay Delta. Until then, be safe, be well, and we'll see you all then. Thank you.